Mayor Wong, we are live.
Good evening and welcome to the October 6, 2020 City Council regular video meeting. I'm Mayor Benson Wong. Prior to tonight's virtual City Council meeting, Council held a executive session for approximately 60 minutes via Microsoft Teams to discuss with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, paren 1, close paren, paren I, close paren, and for planning or adopting the strategy or position to be taken by the City Council during the course of any collective bargaining, professional negotiations, or grievance or mediation proceedings, or reviewing the proposals made in negotiations or proceedings while in the progress pursuant to RCW 42.30.140, paren 4, close paren, paren B, close paren. No action was taken. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I wanted to take this opportunity to wish the country's first family and all folks who have tested positive with COVID-19 a full and speedy recovery.
Where is it?
The first family and many of their close advisors have tested positive underscores the public health risk during this pandemic and the need for all of us to be vigilant in wearing masks, social distancing, and washing hands. Tonight's virtual City Council meeting is being brought to you using the video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. They're also broadcasting live on MITV channel 21 and on the city's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Bond and some staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting while in the City Council chambers and maintaining the recommended social distancing. City Attorney Neil Park and some of the other staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone or using the Zoom teleconferencing application. Welcome to all and thank you for joining us tonight. Council members, please have your microphones turned on whenever City Clerk Deb Estrada conducts a roll call during the meeting. She'll be conducting roll calls so that we accurately capture each person's vote. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alfred,
Mayor Wong,
can
Here.
you kill Jeff Thomas?
Deputy Mayor Biker,
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Anderl,
Here.
Councilmember Jake Jacobson,
Here.
Councilmember Salim Neese,
Here.
Councilmember Craig Reynolds,
Here.
and Councilmember Dave Rosenbaum.
Here.
Thank you.
Great. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. To ensure that the U.S. flag is visible, please consider turning off your video camera or stepping out of the view of your camera. I ask you to join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States.
It's the mayor. Oh, sorry.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Give me a little bit of feedback there, City Clerk. I don't know.
Someone may have two different systems on, both a computer and an iPad, or a computer and a phone perhaps.
Okay.
I think I was unmuted and was saying the pledge at the same time the mayor was, so maybe that was just it.
Okay.
Okay, great. We now move to our first item of business, which is to approve the agenda. Before we take a motion, I want to mention that Governor Inslee's proclamation number 20-28.11 regarding the Open Public Meetings Act extends the statutory waivers and suspensions through November 9 now. I have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Anderall and seconded by Councilmember Neese to approve the agenda. City Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Motion passes and the agenda is approved. For this meeting, we will continue to utilize the Zoom platform. If a council member has a question, please use the raise your hand feature. I'll do my best again to recognize the order in which the hands are raised. After being recognized, you may ask your question. Please limit yourself to one question and to one clarifying question if necessary, so each council member has an opportunity to ask a question before a council member asks another question. Next on the agenda, we have the city manager's report, and for that, we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council. Let me screen share here. All right, for anyone that's watching this evening from home, I do apologize. We had an audio issue at the very beginning, but I think we've resolved that. Again, good evening. And I have a handful of slides here, so I'll try to be efficient and brief. As for a COVID-19 update, just wanted to mention that our case count on Mercer Island is at 183. I believe that's as of today. Still, relatively flat, so that's great work. For the latest information on COVID-19, just a reminder, we are posting resources and reports and updates on the Let's Talk Mercer Gov website that's there. We've had some questions lately. Where is this data coming from? So I just wanted to remind you that the data that we reference is available on the Seattle-King County Public Health site, and the website is there. They've done some reorganizing lately, so if you're used to going to this site, I just wanted to point out that there's a new tab. When you go to that website, click on the tab that says City Level. It's a little hard to read, but it's inside that circle there. And then once you're on the city level page, and it takes a minute to load, select Mercer Island from the drop-down list, and that's how you can retrieve the Mercer Island data. Based on our experience, the website, the data is usually updated between 3 and 5 o'clock p.m. daily. Okay, today, actually just prior to this meeting, Governor Jay Inslee had a press announcement, and he shared that a number of restrictions are relaxing. So we put together some of the highlights here. I think we're still gathering information from the governor's office. As a reminder, we do put information both on our website and our Let's Talk page. So quickly, some of the highlights of the announcement today were that, generally more activities will be permitted in each county statewide. It really depends on your specific recovery phase. So as a reminder, King County is in phase 2. So in phase 2 counties, one thing that's changing is movie theaters will be able to operate at 25% capacity. But if you attend a movie, you're still required to wear a mask and maintain 6 feet of distance between households. So I haven't read the actual language, but it sounds like you will have to sit with your household at the theater. Also, restaurants, some changes there. They can now serve alcohol up to 11 o'clock p.m. It was 10 o'clock p.m. Maximum table size has increased to 5 people seated together at a table. And if you're dining indoors, you don't have to be part of a household anymore. So group size, no bigger than 6 for indoor dining. So that's a pretty big change. We also understand that changes have been made to real estate, outdoor group sports, things like rides, runs, marathons, and more. Council and community, I do understand that there's some changes happening right now regarding athletics, which will certainly impact our own operation of our athletic fields. I don't have enough information to share it this evening, but we're working on that right now. Okay, so one of the questions that we've fielded a lot through our call center is around Halloween. Whoops. And what what do we recommend in terms of best practices for the holiday? So I'm not sure the city is in a place to take a position on this, but we did reach out to our partners at Public Health. So a reminder, there are some actually good options for Halloween, considering that the holiday typically involves wearing masks and trick-or-treating, at least in the traditional sense, is done outside. So if you're making a decision whether or not to engage in trick-or-treating, we just invite you to remember the basics, keep your distance, limit touching points, and practice good hygiene. Also keep in mind, and I know I talked with one of my neighbors over the weekend, there are many households that won't be participating in trick-or-treating this year, and that's okay, and I suspect they will darken their lights and close their gates and things. So just a reminder, it's a personal decision, and some households may not participate. So when we reached out to Public Health, they shared some ideas, and this has gone out now countywide, some options for Halloween. So I wanted to put this out there. Neighborhood costume parade with social distancing, of course, decorating your yard or neighborhood. I've certainly seen some fantastic decorations around Mercer Island. Halloween scavenger hunts, virtual costume parties online. I know my kids, they probably won't be too excited about that, but hey, it's an idea. Certainly, I know in my own small community, we're just talking about trick-or-treating with the families that we know. There's where I live, there's a 2-block radius where we've got quite a few kids, and we think we can do something fun for the kids. And certainly options, trick-or-treating inside your home, spooky movie nights and other things. So for those of you that reached out and said, is the city taking a position on trick-or-treating? No, we're not. But Public Health, except to say, please stay safe. Please stay safe. And Public Health has issued some guidelines and shared with us some ideas for you to consider. Okay, moving on. Council, so this isn't just an overview of upcoming council meetings and board and commission meetings. We're slowly getting things back online. Mayor Wong already mentioned that Proclamation 2028 was extended to November 9th. Basically allows us to continue meeting virtually. That is our plan, Council, I remind you, for probably the near term and into 2021. We have 3 upcoming council meetings. October 13th, that's a week from today, is a special meeting. October 20th is our regular meeting. And then November 2nd, which is a Monday, is also a special meeting. We changed the date due to the election occurring on November 3rd. Upcoming board and commission meetings, Utility Board, October 14th at 5 o'clock. Arts Council, October 14th at 6:30. City Council, I do want to let you know, we typically don't do this. We typically don't do board and commission meetings on the same night. But sometimes, especially during the COVID-19 impacts, it was the only date that we could get to work. So I think the Utility Board will likely conclude before the Arts Council starts for someone that might be interested in going to both meetings. And then the Open Space Conservancy Trust will meet on October 15th. We have all of these dates on our website, and I'll continue to update you as board and commission meetings resume again. Just a reminder, last Thursday, we released the preliminary 21-22 budget. So there's a shot of the cover there. My huge thanks to the staff team that helped in pulling this together. It was a big lift considering everything else that's happened this year. So thank you particularly to Matt Mornick and LaJuan Tuttle and Allie Speets. So Council, at your last meeting, September 2nd, you may recall I did a little budget preview of the organizational changes. So you'll find all of that in this budget document. And then over the next 2 months, we will be going through this document and working towards a December 1st adoption date. So for anyone that's looking for a copy of the budget, it is on our website at that link. And just so we have a reminder of the budget schedule, so 2 meetings in October, we'll be really spending those 2 meetings to walk through the budget document. Council, make sure you understand what's being proposed. We have a chance to field questions and then begin talking about priorities or changes that you might like to see made. We will also be talking about budget on November 2nd. This is likely where we'll be looking for feedback on the budget proposals. And then November 17th, just a reminder, you have a number of items that you routinely approve as part of your budget and a public hearing that night. So your property tax ordinance, your utility rate and NORCOM rate approvals. And also that night, it's not showing on this list, will be your approval of your ARCH budget. And then we're looking at adoption on December 1st. Okay, city service updates, and I have a handful of them. Council, you're aware of this. I think the community is mostly aware. At the end of September, we opened all of our park playgrounds. Thank you to our park maintenance staff. So they had to go out, they had to clean, they had to inspect all the playground equipment. In some cases, we'd taken down some equipment like the swings, so they put those back. And they performed a pretty detailed safety inspection. This is something that we do quarterly. So that's why it took a long time to get the playgrounds back online. But they're open now, please enjoy. And we just remind you to enjoy safely. So, you know, avoid crowds at playgrounds, try to spread yourselves out. Remember to wash your, everybody wash their hands when they're done playing, and also to wear a face covering. Thrift shop volunteers, moving on to a different topic. You've seen some of the media releases lately, and I know it's been out on social media. We are looking for volunteers to help us get the thrift shop reopened. And right now we're just open from 10 to 3. We're not accepting donations yet, but we're in motion to start accepting donations again. And we'll be running the donations processing kind of event style, so it'll be just 1 or 2 days a week. To do this, though, we have to have volunteers. So we are looking for people that would be willing to help. We are happy to accommodate a variety of schedules. And if you're interested, Suzanne Fallon, who is one of our thrift shop staff members, her address is provided there. Please reach out. And you'll expect to see more promotions on this, certainly in the coming weeks as well. All right, a huge shout out to the fire department search and rescue team. You know that we had a group of 5 deployed from September 11th to September 19th to the Holiday Farm wildland fire in Oregon. So we were happy to be able to help. We have a team that's highly trained in technical rescue operations. What they were doing, I thought you might be interested to know, they were assisting the residents who had not been able to evacuate, and they needed, you know, basic necessities like food, water, and et cetera. So they helped with that. They were also documenting the fire damage, assisting with pets and livestock, particularly horses that had been trapped or had not been able to be removed during the fire and evacuation. And they were also assisting with searches within the area using search dogs. So thank you. They've made it back safely. Here's a picture of 4 of them. The area they went to was impacted, 1,300 homes. Sorry, let me back up. The area that was impacted was extensive. And during the time that they were there, they were able to search 1,300 homes and hundreds of vehicles over that 7-day period. We've received lots of thanks from people that had a chance to interact and meet our team while they were there. And this was the first time for us that a FEMA task force was used in a wildland fire. So you might be wondering who pays for all this. FEMA pays for our crews to deploy, and they also cover the cost of overtime that the city incurs to backfill those shifts. So thank you again to the crews that were able to assist, and we're glad to have you all back safe. In the police department, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I wanted to let you know that as we've done in the past, our police officers are wearing a pink patch on their sleeve to bring awareness to breast cancer, and certainly to continue to support all the wonderful research that's happening. So you'll see the police officers with the pink patches all of the month of October. This is a follow-up on direction that you provided the staff in July. You might recall that on July 21st, you authorized the purchase of automatic license plate readers for police vehicles. Wanted to give you a quick update. They have arrived and they will be installed on 3 vehicles over the next few weeks. And then our officers will be receiving training on their use, and then they will be put in motion. So I'm sure I will ask Chief Holmes to provide us another follow-up once we start using them, and we will let you know how that goes. The community center parking lot, I'm covering a whole host of issues here today. Just wanted to let you know the parking lot has reopened. Council, you may require that it was closed for, I don't know, really from March until probably about a month ago. The building itself remains closed to the public. We are using it for a few things internally. The ballot box, though, that's in the corner of the parking lot, we've had a lot of questions about that. It is open. So I'll just mention the traffic patterns in the lot right now. We do have some sections, a small section closed. It doesn't allow for drive-through parking to the ballot box, but you can park and drop off your ballot. So the parking lot is reopened. And King County Elections sent us a reminder email. We wanted to pass it on to you. We're expecting ballots will be mailed here real quick, October 14th. The ballot boxes will be open October 15th. And they're saying you should have your you should have your ballots in hand by October 19th. A reminder that your deadline for online and mail voter registration is October 26th, and election day is November 3rd. And on that night, we've had some people rushing to the ballot boxes. The ballot box does close at 8:00 p.m. sharp. All right. If you want some more information about upcoming voting, votewa.gov is a great website to visit, or also King County Elections. All right, one more event update for you, the fall recycling event. Lots of people are getting excited about this, I think because we've been stuck home and cleaning out our houses for a while. So Saturday, October 17th, we will host our biannual sustainability recycling event at Luther Burbank Park, the south parking lot from 9 to 3. Just a reminder, please wear masks and gloves if you have them. Pack your car so that items can be removed quickly, and provide exact change if you're going to be purchasing something at the event, specifically rain barrels, or worm bids. And many of you may recall, this is typically, we typically do a big YFS food drive as part of this event. Given that our food pantry is not open, we are asking for donations of grocery gift cards in $10, $25, or $50 denominations. And I understand that the fantastic volunteers with the YFS Foundation will be out greeting you at the entrance and happy to accept your donations. So thank you in advance for providing those. If you want more information, we have information on the website at the link there. Okay, one more here, Arbor Day, also Saturday, October 17th. Typically we do a big Arbor Day production. It's not going to happen this year because of COVID-19, but we are going to celebrate Arbor Day during the week with social media blasts and encouraging the community to get involved and supporting tree planting and tree preservation efforts. We will have, anyway, I've already said that we'll have a week of events. On Saturday, October 17th, a very small volunteer event will happen that's being run by Earth Corps. And we're gonna be documenting everything that we're doing that week. And I understand we'll be producing an event video to share with all of you after October 17th. So more to come on that. Council, I wanted to mention just something about our website. I know, I will say the website is still under development. So if you see something that doesn't look quite right, or the functionality isn't working, please reach out to myself or Allie Speets, our Chief of Administration. Still working bugs out and figuring out how to optimize the site. So one change that you'll see coming, when you go to the website and you click down in that very left-hand section, I think you can see my mouse, news and announcements, you'll then have an option to click this box here that says view all news. Where that will take you to is this page, and it's a little blurry, but everything, the intent here is that all of the external promotions and communications going out from the city is available here. Up until a week ago, you were just seeing our news releases. We've now turned on the feature that includes all of our public notices, our press release, and other news items. So we're trying to, this was a process improvement we made after we realized our public notices weren't showing up. And again, I hope this helps the community find news items a little more quickly. So still a work in progress. My vision is that at some point, everything going out from the city as a news item will be able to show up here. We're still working on it. Okay, a couple construction updates and then I will wrap up. Your water system improvement projects, these are projects we've been working on for a while. You've got really two primary areas, the Fruitland Landing area and the neighborhood next to St. Monica's. We started construction on June 15th and we reached some substantial completion on September 23rd. So here's what we've been able to do. We replaced approximately 1,400 lineal feet of water main, 8 fire hydrants, 33 water services, 6 catch basins, and approximately 180 lineal feet of storm pipes. And then after that's all done, we have to go back and restore the roadway. So we're working on punch list items right now and planning to be completed by October, end of October. So that's great news. In terms of your road construction wrap-ups, we also got a lot of work done this summer. We overlaid 2 residential streets, and I won't read this whole slide. They were repaved with hot mix asphalt. You have new ADA sidewalk ramps were installed at Southeast 78th and 85th Place intersection. And then arterial street reconstruction occurred on Southeast 40th from 76th to 78th. That's a whole lot of mumbo jumbo. Hey, here's the deal. We did a lot of great work. It's all being buttoned up right now. We're in punch list. We have additional work remaining, like pavement markings. Hopefully, this good weather can hold so we can finish that work. Also scheduled to be done by the end of October. So my thanks to the crews. It was a whole different construction season with COVID-19 out there, but I'm happy to say we've got a couple of our big projects wrapping up. And also, if you've been by West Mercer Way, here's another project that's also nearing completion. This is the Mountains to Sound Trail crossing of West Mercer Way. So this is where you cross from the Lid Park into the I-90 trail that goes west. We have made some ADA crosswalk improvements and new curb islands for safety. And if you've been out there, we're really close to completion. Landscaping is complete and existing vegetation has been trimmed to improve crosswalk visibility. Again, we still have some pavement markings to complete. That's coming soon. And we hope to have this wrapped up really in the next week or so. The street lighting changes that are happening in this area will be completed in November. Again, my thanks to the crews getting out there, keeping the project going and on schedule. We appreciate you. All right, a handful of other things. Your annual flu shot, just a shout out. You'll see us promoting this across our social media, multiple locations here on Mercer Island that have flu shots, Walgreens, both Rite Aids. Also, the Seattle Visiting Nurse Association is hosting a series of drive-through flu vaccination clinics throughout King County. If you would like more information about that, the link is there. This is open to community members that are over the age of 4, and most insurance is accepted. Okay, this is just a reminder. Our business community has been really impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Here's a few ways you can help. Take out from your favorite island restaurants or stop by for outdoor dining while the weather is still nice. And even as the weather turns, I know we've got some folks planning for outdoor tents and things. Holiday shopping early, why not? Lots of your businesses provide great resources for gifts, for delivery or in-store pickup. And hey, one of the things that you can do that really makes a difference is to use your own social media accounts to promote your local businesses. Encourage your friends and family to shop local. And a heads up from Sarah Bluvis to stay tuned for MI Next, which is a new island-wide marketing campaign, which is going to encourage you to support your island businesses. And she says, where will your next island experience be? All right, if you have kids, a reminder, we're in the final 2 weeks of the pop-up story walk at Luther Burbank Park. You park in the south parking lot, and it's a series of storyboards. So you can take your kids and read a story as you walk along a path. It's perfect for COVID-19, and it's our thanks to the Mercer Island Preschool Association and the Community Fund for sponsoring this, and they've also been out stewarding it. We had some signs knocked down, and they were right on top of it. Got back out there, got the signs up. So many thanks to them, and please get out and enjoy the story walk by October 17th. Okay, this is my last slide. We've fielded lots of emails recently asking whether or not there was going to be holiday lights at Mercerdale Park. And council, I'll remind you, this event, along with many other special events, was eliminated from our budget in 2019. Last year, it was thanks to the generosity of a number of our local citizens that we were able to raise the funds to light the tree that you see there. We are asking for donations for this event. I understand that we may have a pledge right now of about $3,000, but to light that tree, believe it or not, it's about $14,000. We did go out and get quotes this year. This was the lowest quote. We're on a pretty short timeline. Vendors that do tree lighting work are very busy. So we really have until the end of this week to let them know if we can make use of their services. So typically we would be partnering with our business community to sponsor an event like this. And of course, our business community has been really incredibly impacted by the pandemic. So I'm casting this ask out to all of you and to the community. If you're interested in sponsoring or donating for the tree lighting, please reach out to Ryan Daly. His email address is there. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. We have a few technical issues that need to be addressed, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess and be back in 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, Mayor Wong, we are once again live.
Okay.
And just to let everybody know, what happened is our YouTube stream was not working. This happens from time to time. We had to reboot to get it working again. And we did record the first part of that meeting. So the recording is not lost. It was just the live stream that was not working properly. So we are back on now. Thank you for your patience.
Great, thank you very much. Tonight's agenda will not include in-person public appearances in accordance with Proclamation 20-28.11 and the governor's extended Safe Start order. However, individuals wishing to speak live during the appearances portion of our meeting may do so by telephone or using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they register their desire to speak with the city clerk by 4 p.m. today. Our city clerk will call you by name or telephone number when it's your turn to speak. This is your opportunity to speak to the entire city council on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any individual council member or staff member. If any person makes a personal, impertinent, or slanderous remark, or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the council, I may request that the person leave the meeting. When it is your turn to address the council, be sure to speak audibly and state your name for the record. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. I will provide you with a 30-second warning when your time is about to expire. City Clerk, has anybody signed up to speak before the council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have 2 individuals asking to speak tonight on camera. Our first speaker is Callie Rodolfi. Callie, are you there?
Yes, I see. The host just asked me to unmute. Yes, I'll start again. Can you hear me?
Yes,
We can hear you, but we can't see you, Callie, if you want.
Okay. I see. There's another button.
There you go.
Okay. How's that?
That's it.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Callie Rodolfi. I'm a 27-year resident of Mercer Island and a member of the League of Women Voters Environmental Committee. First, I'd like to thank you for your recent revisions of the comprehensive plan to include climate issues, and also for setting carbon reduction goals. The League of Women Voters has set up climate action teams to increase personal engagement of city community members in the successful implementation of your climate goals. Our team's objective is to be of service to the City Council. We're offering the League of Women Voters support in awareness, outreach, and engagement on climate. The result will be that every citizen of Mercer Island will know the steps they can take toward climate action. Please accept the letter I provided from the League of Women Voters president and the attachment. It provides some more details of our proposal. Why League of Women Voters? Well, we have a network of members throughout King County and here on Mercer Island. We've been experienced in nonpartisan approaches. We have experience and expertise in democratic and equitable public processes. We have a long history of promoting democracy in local governments and of advancing sustainable climate change legislation. Our network of city climate teams benefit from cross-sharing. We've been trained by the county on their climate action plan and their toolkit, and we share your objectives and urgency around climate. We can enable an inclusive culture of support in partnership with the city. Why now? Well, the city has set goals for carbon reduction and has confirmed its commitment to sustainability. The county has recently released a strategic climate action plan and toolkit, and you've been invited by the county to a session about it on Thursday. More attention is needed now to bend the curve. We can build on the momentum of the transit pilots you've done and the introduction of light rail. With the move away from coal, a door is open for greener energy sources. Our plan is to work with the city to help you achieve your climate priorities. Through education and engagement of the public, it will be clear to all our residents what realistic and doable changes they can take to make a difference and reduce climate emissions.
Callie, you have
Carbon emissions.
seconds.
I have volunteered with a small team to be a resource and act as your climate guide on the side. We would like to meet with you soon to explore what this partnership looks like. Please accept our proposal to assist you. Our League of Women Voters team can help ensure your climate results. Thank you for the opportunity to appear at your meeting.
Thank you, Callie. City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, our second speaker is Ms. Meg Lippert. Meg, are you available?
She briefly disconnected. She'll be coming in shortly.
Ms. Lippert just briefly disconnected, just,
Unmute.
oh, there we go. Thank you.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Meg Lippert, Mercer Island. Community engagement is vital for the proposed Mercer Island thrift shop operations expansion. Please let me put this into context. When the thrift shop originally took over its current building, neighbors were told it would be a 2 days per week little thrift shop, according to a longtime resident. But over the years, it morphed into a fully operational commercial venture in a neighborhood that is zoned residential. In 2013, the City Council proposed a thrift shop expansion that was abandoned. A former City Council member recently told me that this proposed expansion was abandoned because of, quote, neighborhood opposition, end quote. For each of the previous thrift shop expansion or remodel projects in 1991-92, 1999-2000, and 2013, robust public engagement was a critical component. The current planned expansion should be no different. It should not go forward without community engagement. In the past, the city mailed postcards to each Mercerdale address to inform residents of proposed changes that would affect their neighborhood. Recently, a Mercerdale resident at personal expense distributed flyers to alert neighbors about council plans with regard to thrift shop expansion. No action should be taken without you, our council members, directing city staff to actively reach out to citizens, to share the pros and cons of each alternative plan, to answer citizens' questions, and to address their concerns consistent with past practice. The recent process by the city regarding public comment on reconfiguring the docks at Luther Burbank Park serves as a role model for the community engagement process regarding expansion of the Mercer Island thrift shop. Please note, first, the August 6th charrette. Second, the open house from September 2nd to October 7th, accompanied by 6 huge color posters with photographs and diagrams. Third, the feedback survey for citizen input. Fourth, online information on the city website, along with a cheat sheet summarizing and comparing the elements of each alternative. And fifth, personal socially distanced tours of the docks with the project manager by arrangement. All of this information has been widely shared with many identified stakeholder groups and is clearly presented on the city's website by clicking on the public engagement tab. However, none of the information with respect to the various plans pertaining to the thrift shop remodel, one of which even includes constructing a modular building adjacent to the recycling center, is easily accessible to the public, either physically on site or through the tab of the city website labeled public engagement. This public engagement tab has extensive information about city projects, city news, and city events, but no mention at all of the pending thrift shop plans. Islanders elected you to represent us. We will help you to represent us if you help us by actively and aggressively seeking community engagement for the proposal to expand Mercer Island thrift shop operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. City Clerk, there's no other person who signed up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. The next item of business is the consent calendar. The consent calendar contains the approval of the accounts payable report for the periods ending September 11, 18, and 25, for electronic funds transfers for the month ending August 31, 2020, the approval of the certification of payroll dated September 25, 2020, AB 5756, the Arbor Day Proclamation number 257, AB 5762, Affordable Housing Week Proclamation number 258. Does anybody wish to pull an item off the consent calendar? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds to approve the consent calendar. Please conduct the roll call vote.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong. Excuse me, Deputy Mayor Riker.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes and the consent calendar is approved. Move to the first item of regular business, Agenda Bill 5759, extend comprehensive plan and code amendment application period. For this discussion, we welcome Deputy Community Planning and Development Director Allison Van Gorp.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Just give me a moment while I share my screen. I have a very brief presentation. Try that again. I'm not seeing it showing up here. All right. Okay, thank you for your patience. So this is a very brief presentation. This is a pretty simple matter. In summary, our code requires that the city accept comprehensive plan and development code amendment proposals each year during the month of September. And we had an error in our public notice that went out in August about this. The term code amendment was omitted from the public notice. So it was only soliciting comprehensive plan amendments. Staff would like to ask that the council take action to extend the submission deadline for these amendments from October 1st to November 2nd, so that we have the opportunity to correct the public notice and allow more time for submissions. This does require a code amendment because the code specifies the date when these submissions are due. And so we need council action to move the date back. We're proposing an emergency code amendment that would immediately extend the deadline, and this would require council approval with a majority +1 of the full council. If you approve it tonight, there would then be a public hearing that needs to be held within the next 60 days and is scheduled for November 2nd. With that, my recommendation is to adopt ordinance number 20-15, which would extend the deadlines to November 2nd. Thanks.
Does any council member have a question for Allison? I do not see anybody's hand raised, so I certainly would like to entertain a motion to adopt emergency ordinance number 20-15 to extend the comprehensive plan and code amendment application deadline to November 2, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitener to adopt emergency ordinance number 20-15 to extend the comprehensive plan and code amendment application deadline to November 2, 2020. City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Riker,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl,
Aye.
and Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes and the ordinance is adopted. Now we move to the second item of regular business, which is Agenda Bill 5757, the Arch 2021 Work Plan and Budget. Just a reminder, this agenda bill does not require any action on the part of the council, but provides council with an opportunity to discuss the Arch Work Plan and Budget and possible contributions to the Arch Housing Trust Fund during the next biennium. Welcome again, Deputy Community Director Allison Van Gorp.
Thank you. Very good. Again. Okay. I'm going to go through about 10 slides or so, and then we'll have time for questions and discussion. So this is our usual review of the Arch Budget and Work Plan, which needs to be adopted by all of the Arch member cities each year. I will note that we're doing this earlier than we have in past years. Typically, the work plan and budget are reviewed in the first quarter of the year for the work plan. And this year, Arch has made the decision, the executive board made the decision to move up this process so that we can review the work plan and budget in advance of the city's biennial budgeting process, so that the budget numbers can inform the council's decision in terms of budgeting. So once the council does get to the budget process, you'll need to take two steps. You'll need to allocate funding for both the administrative budget and the housing trust fund. And then we'll come back for the final approval of the work plan and budget. So just really briefly, I know there's been questions from the city council in the past. Back in 2018, there was some news reports about some inappropriate management of units in the homeownership program by Arch. Some of the units were being subleased, or they were not owner occupied, or things like that. Since that time, Arch has done a consultant analysis to look at organizational improvements to address some of the issues that were going on. They added 2 additional staff members in mid-2019. And those staff members have added additional capacity for oversight of both the homeownership and the rental programs. Arch has now taken over a dozen additional actions that are improving documentation, policies and procedures, data collection and training to help address some of the other improvements that the consultants recommended. There's more information on this in the agenda bill and the attached memo from Arch if anyone would like to see more detail about those dozen actions that have been taken. Okay, so the 2021 administrative budget for Arch funds staffing and other costs associated with implementation of the work plan. I'll give you a really brief summary of the work plan in a few minutes. This is basically a status quo budget. The total is 1.1 million. And the member city contributions have been held flat at the 2020 level. So Mercer Island's share would again be 50,222. The Housing Trust Fund is the mechanism that enables the member cities of Arch to pool their resources to directly fund housing development preservation. So this includes construction projects as well as purchasing existing apartment buildings and maintaining affordability. The Arch Executive Board has adopted what they call parity goals to foster equitable investments across member cities. These are basically a recommended level for contributions to the HTF for each city, and they are calculated based on our growth targets for jobs and housing. So our sort of ratio of those growth targets compared to the full Arch region helps to form this parity range from 18,000 to 150,000. And Mercer Island in the past our contributions to the Housing Trust Fund have ranged between 30,000 to 96,000 per year. So that's just a little bit of data to help inform you as you think about what the council would like to budget for the Housing Trust Fund in the coming years. Okay, the Arch work plan for 2021 includes 5 core areas of work. And these are the same as they were last year. It's a very similar work plan building off the work of the last couple years. So the core elements are affordable housing investment. That's the work of that Housing Trust Fund, identifying projects and allocating dollars as well as technical assistance to get those projects going. Housing policy and planning. This is the work Arch does both with the member cities in terms of adopting policies related to affordable housing. And they also work with regional entities and with the state in terms of advocating for housing policy. Number 3, housing program implementation. This is both the administration of local housing incentive and inclusionary programs. So for example, here in Mercer Island, in our town center, we have an incentive for affordable housing. So if developments would like to take advantage of the full building height that's possible in town center, they're required to provide a certain percentage of affordable units, as well as some other community benefits. And so Arch helps us implement that program in terms of the covenants that those buildings need to enter into with the city to govern how the affordable units are rented going forward. And then this also includes the long-term monitoring and oversight of both rental and homeownership housing. So again, like with the Hadley Apartments in Mercer Island, Arch assists the city by monitoring those affordable units to ensure that they're being rented to people in the appropriate low-income brackets, and just ensuring that other requirements of the covenant are maintained. The final 2 areas are education and outreach, and this is both in terms of educating folks in the public about the need for more affordable housing, and also providing outreach to people that are in need of affordable housing and helping them get into programs that can support their needs and get on waiting lists for Arch units and that kind of thing. And administration is, operating the Arch staff and board. So next steps, as I mentioned in the beginning, the council will need to allocate funding in the biennial budget process for both the administrative budget and the Housing Trust Fund. And we will be coming back to the council on November 17th for final approval of the Arch work plan and administrative budget for 2021. So with that, this is just a discussion tonight, and I'm happy to take questions and leave some time for the council to discuss, where you would like to go with the Arch funding this year.
Does anybody have a question for Allison? Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Yeah, thanks for that, Allison. I'm just wondering if you know anything about the county's proposed housing 0.1% sales tax revenue and where that might go and how that might interact with Arch down the road?
I actually don't know anything about that. I know that the county is looking at this revenue source, and I imagine that would be separate from Arch, but I actually haven't heard any discussion of that yet. There's actually an Arch executive board meeting this Thursday, and I believe they're planning to brief us on this. So I'll be getting more information soon.
Oh, great. That'd be useful to know when you do. Thanks.
I need to give you an update.
Mayor Wong, am I recalling that SCA PIC committee was discussing this?
Yeah, actually, I had a discussion with King County Council person, Claudia Balducci, about that. And she mentioned to me that assuming the King County Council actually approves the increased sales tax, that those funds are actually earmarked or targeted for different type of housing, more supportive housing, I think as Councilmember Balducci called it, very, very low income. And I think one of the things that King County Executive Dow Constantine, I guess, was looking at is the possibility of purchasing hotels at a just distressed price. So again, the target is different from what Arch targets, which is more traditional affordable housing. And so again, the King County Council has not made any decision, but apparently that is coming up fairly soon on whether or not they're going to increase the sales tax in King County. Does anybody else have a question? I have a question, Allison. If you know, I was curious about this parity goals and also very curious about the range in dollars. And so in particular to Mercer Island.
Yeah, so it's calculated based on our jobs and our housing growth targets. And they basically look at the jobs and housing growth targets for each city in Arch and compare it to the total for all the Arch cities. So it's sort of a ratio or percentage of what's our share of the jobs and housing growth. And then they multiply that percentage by the overall budget that they would like to have for the Housing Trust Fund in that year. So the executive board determines a number, I think it was around 2 million this year, and then they multiply it by those ratios to get the high and low bounds for the parity goals.
Okay.
Allison, can you just remind the council what is currently in their budget? I recall that we have included numbers in their preliminary budget.
Approximately 100,000 per year, so 50,000 for the administrative budget and 50,000 for the Housing Trust Fund has been put in as kind of a placeholder in the budget currently.
For each year,
For each year, yes.
as a placeholder. Speaking of do we have a number for 2022? Is there a different placeholder number for that, for the country?
Arch has not given us a number for the administrative budget for 2022, but we're estimating that with just an inflationary escalator over this year's budget.
Okay. Any other questions right now for Allison?
Again, council, we brought this item to preview, and ultimately we'll need your final direction at the November 17th meeting, and certainly the amount that's adopted will be included in your adopted 21-22 budget as well.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson, and then Councilmember Reynolds.
How much are we donating to Arch in total in 2020?
The administrative budget was 50,222, and then the council reduced the amount to the Housing Trust Fund earlier this summer to approximately 33,000 and some change.
So 83,000 plus minus.
Approximately, yes.
And how much are we obligated to give Arch by some intergovernmental agreement or some other?
We're obligated to make the contribution to the administrative budget, so the 50,000. And then the Housing Trust Fund is optional and at the council's discretion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, I'm here. I apologize. Allison, I had an email exchange with you earlier about the work plan items that are set for Mercer Island are interesting. One relates to reviewing our multifamily tax exemption program, which we eliminated this year. Second item on there.
Councilmember Reynolds, you'll have to speak closer to your microphone.
Sorry. Just commenting on the fact, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't that far away, but I'm closer now. The two things in the work plan that are there that relate to Mercer Island specifically are updating the multifamily tax exemption, which we've voted to eliminate a few meetings ago, and quote, updating the housing strategy plan, which I now understand we don't have a housing strategy plan. So what is the process for getting this document updated to make sure that they can create a housing strategy plan and help us come up with some alternatives to the multifamily tax exemption, since the council seemed to express at least some interest in considering an alternative to the MFT if it was eliminated?
Yeah, I would say this document was created in early 2020 prior to the pandemic. And it was adopted in April by the executive board of Arch. So there's definitely some things that are out of date based on what's happened with the pandemic and subsequent council actions here in Mercer Island. But Arch staff is flexible. Basically, they set aside some capacity to assist each of the member cities as needed. So really that section of the work plan that exhibit at the end that includes the work for each individual city is pretty flexible. And so we'll just be coordinating at the staff level with Arch about our needs going forward. And one thing we've been discussing in CPD is as we work towards our next major comprehensive plan amendment, which is due in 2024, we'd like to start work on that in 2022. And a big piece of that will be updating our housing element. That's the section of the comprehensive plan that looks at our current and future needs for housing in the city, and sets out goals and objectives in terms of what we would like to do in terms of providing housing for all levels of affordability. So that really is our policy document that outlines what we want to do with housing. And then a housing strategy plan would be the implementation plan for those policies. So that would lay out, how are we going to actually attain our goals in terms of building certain kinds of housing or having certain affordability levels within the city. So we want to work on this as a comprehensive effort and look at all the tools that are available and match those up with the needs that we've identified through that analysis. So that effort will be starting, I think, in 2022, and we'll be talking a lot more internally with CPD and with the council about how that should roll out.
And I just want to offer a clarification. That's consultant-driven work, and so we will need resources for a consultant to do that work. The idea is that typically a comprehensive plan update typically takes about 2 years. We'd like to be, ramping up perhaps at the end of 2022. So you might be asking me, Jesse, is this included on the list of budget proposals for funding at the end of 2022? And no, it is not. So that's something that if the council desires to begin work on a housing assessment, housing strategy plan, we would need to talk about how to resource that.
I think Arch staff is available to assist with some of the housing pieces of the comp plan update as part of our regular member dues. So that part is included. And I think the larger comprehensive plan update, which will include other elements, does need additional consultant support.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker, hand is up. Councilmember Jacobson. Okay. So, Allison, I have one follow-up question. As far as the 2020 contribution to Arch and the Housing Trust Fund, I know that we used, or I shouldn't say we used, the 1406 sales tax. Part of it was used, I guess, to the YFS emergency relief. So do we have any idea how much money we might raise in 1406 sales tax? That might be something that we could consider going forward in 2021, 2022.
Yeah, so I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head. I emailed it to Councilmember Reynolds earlier today. So I think that's probably, I'm not sure if Jesse sent that to the full council, but it was around 32,000 is what we're projecting for this year for the revenue from the 1406 sales tax. It's capped at approximately 37,000 per year, and it just depends on how much sales tax is collected.
And again, limitations on how that can be used. I mean, it
can only be used for creating or preserving affordable housing. So that would be like the Arch Housing Trust Fund, or for rental assistance for low-income households.
Great.
So currently, the revenue this year is all going towards rental assistance, but the council could change that up in a future year.
Great, thank you.
Just to add to this discussion, Allison's email as well today highlighted that we are projecting an ongoing and increased need for rental assistance through the Youth and Family Services Department into 2021.
Great, thank you. Any other hands at this point? Seeing none, thank you very much, Allison, for your presentation. Look forward to the discussion, I guess, next month.
Sounds good, thank you.
The third item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5760, additional coronavirus relief funds allocation for EOC costs and small business grant program. Again, just a reminder that this agenda bill does not call for any action by the council, but provides us with an opportunity to discuss and provide feedback and direction on the administration of a small business grant program using the coronavirus relief funds. To help us with this discussion, welcome EOC Timekeeping/Grants Coordinator, Meryl Thomas, and EOC Small Business Liaison, Sarah Blubis.
Good evening. I'm going to share my screen here quick and we'll get started. Okay. Everybody see that? And
Yes.
hear me? Okay. Good evening. My name is Meryl Thomas-Schott. I'm the EOC Grants Coordinator, and I'm speaking tonight with Sarah Blubis, our Small Business Liaison. Tonight's presentation will include a brief update on the city's portion of coronavirus relief funds and an overview of our proposal for a small business grant program to support Mercer Island businesses. As you know, the city's first CARES Act award of $734,100 was allocated to EOC operations, response supplies, and the EOC staff team. Early last month, we were notified that we have received an additional $367,050 in CARES funding. Our recommendation is to allocate the bulk of this to small business support in the form of a cash grant program. Small business grants to address business interruptions due to the coronavirus are an eligible expenditure in the Coronavirus Relief Fund program. The cash grant structure is an acceptable program to the Commerce Department and has been a successful model for other cities in our region. The process is outlined here, kind of the general process. And essentially, once a business has been awarded grant money from the city, I'll use their agreement with us to invoice the state to receive the CARES funds directly to us. That's kind of my portion of it, the admin side of it. And now I'll hand it off to Sarah for details about a program on Mercer Island.
Great, thanks Meryl, and good evening, Council. So a lot of the information that I'm about to run through was included in your agenda bill, so I will do my best not to read through our PowerPoint slides and keep this brief. But I will want to note, in terms of the program overall, you know, we're pretty fortunate right now because several communities in the region implemented grants programs similar to the one we're hoping to launch earlier in the pandemic. So there were a lot of successful programs to use as examples. Currently, we're planning to award in amounts from $5,000 to $10,000, and this aligns with those programs we've seen around the region. And importantly, in terms of reporting and auditing, we would ask recipients to enter into a subrecipient agreement, and that documentation is what the city will need to maintain for future auditing purposes. We'll also, of course, instruct the grantees to include any of the appropriate documentation like receipts, rent invoices, depending on what they want to use their grant funds for, in case they're audited either for occasional check-ins by the city or by the state. Next slide, Meryl. So the eligibility criteria is where we want to focus the conversation tonight. And thank you to those council members who have already provided some feedback in this area. You know, with limited funds, we really wanted to focus on those businesses who have been most impacted during the pandemic. And we know, based on what we've heard through our outreach over the last several months, and then also working with the Chamber of Commerce and through the business survey that we received results from in September, that really the most impacted businesses are those that we consider customer service, general customer service organizations. So restaurants, retailers, salons, and other personal service providers, fitness studios, those businesses that really rely on that customer interface in person and that were really impacted from the very beginning of the shutdowns back in March. These criteria that we outline here and we want to discuss with you all attempt to be as inclusive as possible while really keeping in mind those businesses that have been most impacted. And they also align with the eligibility requirement criteria that we're seeing in similar programs and that would be accepted by the DOC. I also want to note that in addition to the very specific criteria we hope to outline for this program, there will be a very streamlined application. We are not anticipating an application that will take businesses a really long time to fill out. We want to make this as easy as possible for them. It'll be available online as well as in print format. Although one thing to keep in mind, of course, is that this is a grant program that would be funded by federal funding. So we need to make sure that businesses are really using the funding for those COVID-19 related expenses. So there would be questions where they can briefly respond about the hardships they faced during the pandemic, as well as explain how the grant award will be used, but we aren't anticipating that it will be a very difficult application to complete. Next slide, Mayor. And then finally, here's the suggested timeline for the program. And we recognize that this is a very aggressive timeline, but ultimately, per the stipulations from the Department of Commerce, the funds have to be expended by November 30th. And then we, as the city, have to do our final reporting, submit our final reporting by December 15th. So it is a tight turnaround. Again, with kind of those successful programs we've seen around the region, we feel pretty comfortable that we'll be able to implement this very quickly, but we are, of course, open to suggestions about ways we might be able to adjust it in order to get funds into businesses' hands as soon as possible. You know, ultimately, once council approves the grant program, we'll turn the process around as quickly as possible. And we have a variety of ways, including partnering with the Chamber of Commerce to get the information out to businesses. Tonight, we're really just asking for feedback on the eligibility criteria, although we also welcome, your thoughts and questions about the process and the timeline outlined in the agenda bill, and hopes that we'll come back to you all on October 20th for final approval, and we'll get this program up and running. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councilmember Anderald.
Yes, hi. Thanks for this presentation. I think it's a fabulous idea that we're going to try to get some of this CARES money to businesses. I think the timeline and the construct is maybe a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Ambitious. I would rather see something more streamlined. And I talked to Jesse about this earlier today, and Sarah, I think you've been a little bit briefed, but my vision is that an equitable distribution could be accomplished by a lottery of eligible applicants, which does not necessitate the need to convene a committee and have, if there are 7 people on the committee to review it and there are 200 applications, that's 3 days out of a bunch of people's lives, and I'm not sure that it, and then it's subjective, and people are always going to view the decisions on who was prioritized through different lenses. So I'm not sure that's good for the community. I'm not sure it's good for the city. I'm not sure it's good for the businesses. So my feeling is that I love the overall idea. I would like to see something really much more streamlined, maybe a little bit longer application process to be more business friendly, to give the businesses some time to get their ducks in a row and learn about the program and apply, and then maybe have a single set grant amount and kind of put everybody into a pool and pull them out, and if we don't use up all the money, then instead of a $5,000 across the board grant, it could be a $6,000 across the board grant to use it all. But like I said, kudos for all the work you guys have done on a very tight time frame. I think if we had 3 months to do it, I would like the construct that you created, but I would like to see, or recommend anyway, something a bit more streamlined.
Sarah, can
I'm
you?
just going to
Sorry,
Jesse.
say thank you, Councilmember Anderall. And Sarah and I did speak with if it's council's pleasure if you'd prefer to go to a lottery system, and I'll invite Sarah to share what we know about other cities that have used the lottery system. I believe Bellevue has used it most recently. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, that's correct. So there are examples of doing a lottery system. And I think when I talked with council members Jacobson and Reynolds about this a couple of weeks ago, we briefly discussed that as well. So there is a precedent that we can easily follow. As far as the grant amounts across the board, that's also definitely something that we can do. You know, I've seen in other communities, they give a similar range, like the 5,000 to 10,000. And then depending on how many applications they receive, they ultimately are able to just sort of award across the board. So one example in Maple Valley for their program that they did earlier in the pandemic, they had a range of 5 to 10K, and then based on the applications and those applicants who were eligible for funding, they were able across the board to award $7,500 per business, regardless of whether or not they were only requesting $5,000 or you know, less than that amount. So we're definitely, I think the range kind of gives us an ability to play with that a little bit. And then ultimately, yeah, we want to award as much money to those businesses as possible.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Sarah, how many customer service businesses are there on Mercer Island?
That's a good question. So based on, I can go from it based on kind of this eligible criteria that we've developed. So there's about 1,400 registered businesses on the island, those with active business licenses. Cutting it down based on the criteria that we outlined, you know, brick or mortar location, the gross revenue receipts, all of that, it would be about 200 businesses are eligible. So it really covers, you know, virtually all of the businesses you would think of in town center, as well as the South End Business District. So really those ones that I'd say we've heard consistently from throughout the pandemic, in particular about the hardships that they faced and also the need for additional financial assistance. We do have a lot of home-based businesses on the island, as you probably recall from the presentation with the survey results last month. But one thing we heard in the survey was really, you know, those businesses, at least from the respondents that we had, they weren't necessarily the ones applying for the federal or state funding, and they weren't necessarily asking for the city for financial aid from the city. We heard more of those comments and requests from, you know, our retailers, restaurants, again, those customer-facing businesses.
Well, I'd be interested in knowing, you know, how many restaurants, retail businesses we're talking about. And I'm not talking about lawyers. I'm not talking about doctors or dentists or those kinds of people. The other thing to think about, if we're talking $5,000 to $10,000, let's assume the average grant is $7,500. That means we make 13 grants, and that isn't very many. And I'm a strong believer that we should have a lesser amount of money and do, as Council Member Andrel suggests, do a level contribution, because otherwise it's the sorting to decide as X, should X get 10 and Y get 5, and what are you going to do? It's going to be very time consuming to determine, and I think no decision that's made is going to make everybody happy. While a lottery and a set amount might not make everybody happy, at least it's transparent, it's above board, and any amount is going to help. And I don't know of our businesses how many are would have been over 2 million for 2019. I suspect Neoposta would be, maybe Island Books, certainly the grocery stores would be. And at any rate, the 2 million, I don't know if a nail shop takes in 2 million or not. At any rate, I think that should bear some further investigation to see how many people we're talking about. Okay? And that would help us scope how much, if we go to a uniform grant amount, we can do, because we ought to help a bunch of people a little bit rather than a few people a lot, in my opinion.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation, you guys. What about this nonprofit piece? What are you thinking there, and how would you reach out to them, and how many do you think would be eligible?
That's a good question. So based on, you know, the nonprofit organizations that have physical locations on the island. It's a small group, and again, this is the 501c3 status. So I know of a couple of organizations in Town Center that would be eligible based on this criteria, including the MyVol Gallery. This also opens up for some of the organizations, such as preschools or daycares that are actually 501c3s and were not eligible for other statewide programs. In particular, both the grant programs that came out of the state DOC were not eligible for nonprofits. So, we haven't, I know nonprofits were able to participate in the We Love MI campaign, which was a huge help for them. But we know that, there's still some more work that we can do to support those organizations as well. And we're really, this funding allows us to kind of open up that field of scope a little more.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a quick turn and then ask Councilmember Anderl. I know you have another question. Let me just take a quick turn. Sarah, you mentioned Bellevue used or perhaps is using a lottery. Is it all handled administratively so the city council is not involved?
So city council would be involved in terms of authorizing the final grant awards. So initially, when we were thinking of the grant committee review route, we would have, and I think this is outlined in your agenda bill as well, we would have asked for council members to participate, and knowing that council members Reynolds and Jacobson and I all work so well together, they would have likely been tapped to be featured on the grant review committee to have a voice in that process. But yes, ultimately, with the timeline, a lottery would likely open up a longer application period, but we would still like to maintain kind of that final early November present, or bringing it back to you all for final approval and then announcement on November 3rd. So we would come back to you all no later than November 2nd to present those final recommendations for grant awards.
So just to clarify, whether we use the committee process or a lottery process, the final grant awards would come back to you for approval and appropriation on November 2nd.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, thanks. Just another question, a little bit of a refinement on where the bright line is for eligibility, $2 million and 25 employees. Is one of those numbers kind of more relevant than the other, and are both necessary? I mean, what happens if you have a restaurant that is pretty low revenue but has lots of part-time staff? Does that actually kick them out in a way that is unfair? Or, that kind of just stop there.
Yeah, that's great clarification. So the employee count is FTEs. So a restaurant that had several part-time workers, over 25 part-time workers, would likely still be eligible. The 2 million mark is, one, I would say it aligns with other criteria we've seen around the region. Also, in looking at, the data that I have access to in terms of our active business licenses, I really combed through to kind of see what that best threshold ceiling would be. So really, hitting kind of that 2 million mark, it covers the majority of organizations that, if not all, I would have to go back and look very specifically, but it covers the majority of those organizations that we want to help through this kind of funding. Again, it is, I would say those parameters are somewhat arbitrary. They're an attempt to narrow the field of application, in part for the administrative aspect. If we move to a lottery system, I would still really want very specific criteria, but we could potentially open the scope a little bit in order to enable more eligibility and more businesses to apply. That said, I would definitely encourage any business on the island who learns about this program, if and when it launches, pending your approval, to reach out to me and kind of ask about the requirements and figure out a way to get them in as well.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, hi, thank you. And thanks for your work on this, Sarah. A couple of thoughts here. First one relates to the lottery, and I've gone back and forth on this. I don't honestly know what the right answer is, but I'll just make a comments on implications. One of the things that concerns me about the criteria is right now it's a rigid criteria of 25 employees and $2 million. I hate to see a scenario where a business with 26 employees fires somebody so that they'll be eligible to get under that limit. And I think if we have a committee that's deciding these, we could make that criteria be soft and say, we prefer this, but we'll allow some flexibility to be a little bit over and trust the judgment of the committee to make exceptions. Whereas if we do a lottery, I don't think there's room for flexibility like that. It's going to be you meet the criteria or you don't. So that I think that's something we'd have to consider. Second thing is I just want to clarify one thing. I think Councilmember Jacobson, when he threw out some numbers, maybe these were just illustrative, but I think he was throwing out 100,000 at 7,500 apiece to get his 13 people. But it's really about 260,000 we're talking about making available for this, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, so at 7,500 apiece, we'd get, I think, 35 or 36 businesses, which is a little bit more money. But at 5,000, obviously more. So we'll see what happens there. Okay, that was all. Thank you very much.
So Sarah, I just want to, I'm sorry, interrupt here. It sounded like when we talked today that the number of employees, it was something that other cities had used, but that could be a criteria that we don't need to use. It could just be gross revenue over a year. So that might simplify the criteria. I will say I'm concerned, council, that if you authorize a grant process, for a lottery, we have to be very specific. I'm equally concerned with soft criteria for a committee because you're leaving, this is a fast process, and I'm concerned that we may run into issues where we're asking committee to evaluate whether these applicants sort of meet the criteria. So I'm gently pushing back, Councilmember Reynolds, trying to make, it's a fast process, just really trying to put clarity and as much specificity into the criteria as possible. We can change the criteria. A fair process, I think, is requires us to have very specific criteria up front.
Understood. Now, in that particular example, as I think about it, it may be that there's nobody near the cusp of 25. There are probably a lot that are 5 or 10, and then a few that are 50 to 100. I don't know if there are many in that middle category.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I could just chime in to kind of answer that quick question. Is that looking at again the license data that I have access to, I think most of the employee count that they're reporting in terms of FTEs is hovering around like the 15 to 20 employees for these businesses considered our small businesses. So that threshold may not be as big of an issue.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
So my question was just to follow up on that with Sarah. Like, she came up with these criteria based on her data and based on her benchmarking with other cities, it sounds like, and it seems like this is your best recommendation. And what do you think between this committee and a lottery? Like, what are other cities doing, and what is your sense of that? And what's your recommendation there?
So I think for the sake of time and expediting the process, I do think a lottery with very specific criteria would be the best route to go. It would allow us to extend the application period. One of the things we talked about internally in terms of getting this information out to local businesses, really thinking about a lot of our businesses on the island that are operated and owned by individuals who, English as their second language. I know that they've had issues with a lot of the federal programs and digesting a lot of that. So we've talked about doing a mailer and some direct outreach to those businesses. Some of these things will take a bit of time. I'll expedite them as quickly as possible, but a little more time for an application process would be helpful in order to make sure we reach as many businesses as possible. Grant committee, it's a great process, and we definitely would have a template for evaluation and, get everyone together and do the slog to get through everything, all the applications, but a lottery would definitely expedite the process.
So would it be at all helpful to have the lottery and then sort of a check with either a couple of council members or a small committee before it gets to council on November 2nd? Sort of a hybrid?
I think that would be a good recommendation. You know, I know we had thought about a few different individuals or organizations to tap committee members for, but I think kind of council members Jacobson, Reynolds, and I meet pretty regularly, so we could also accomplish that too.
Also, Deputy Mayor Wicker, we have, obviously Sarah's been working on the business side of this, but Meryl, who's joining us tonight, who's been in a new role this year, she is our FEMA grants accountability person. So we would put her in the review team to make sure that we've met the criteria. She's the one that's been interacting with the Department of Commerce, verifying that we're setting the program up correctly. So we have 2 internal staff checks, and then I do recommend we continue to use Councilmember Jacobson and Councilmember Reynolds if they're willing, because they've been working so closely with Sarah.
So it seems to me like the lottery system plus that group of 4 kind of doing that check before it elevates to November 2nd might be a nice middle ground or compromise or include all of the good work here. But I'll leave it to my colleagues to keep talking about.
I wanted to just say a quick thing about a fixed amount versus a range. And it occurs to me that as late as we are in the game, just of the funding, having to use it by November, a fixed amount might be helpful for us to really to know how many folks that we can support and to use all of that money. I'd be worried if somebody was awarded $7,500, but they didn't really need it or they couldn't provide the documentation that we need to show for that, then either we're leaving money on the table or we have to go back and flip the lottery card again, or, it gives us a nice clean system if we set an amount, whatever that amount you all choose. But I think that makes a little bit of sense to me.
I want to echo my support for Deputy Mayor Weiker's suggestion. I think it also avoids having to identify Mercer Island residents who might be part of this committee, because that could be somewhat of a political hot potato, and also avoids potential conflicts of interest and what have you. So I know you're just looking for direction, and so and you come back in October 20th, I guess. Is there a general thumbs up with this idea of a lottery, fixed amount, basically staff driven with sort of an oversight review by Councilmember Jacobson and Councilmember Reynolds, with the final authority by approval by the council?
Good.
Okay, I'm seeing most thumbs up. So perhaps Sarah and Meryl, maybe on the 20th, you can sort of put this pen to paper so that we can see it and then act on it at that time. That makes sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. I think this is great to be able to provide funds to our small businesses. And the sooner we can do it, obviously, the better. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
The 4th item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5761, PCERN Operator Interlocal Agreement. And for this, we are looking to our Fire Chief, Steve Height.
Good evening, Council. Steve Heitman, your Fire Chief. I'm standing in tonight for Commander Dave Jokinen. And with me also is PCERN Deputy Director Kimberly Neuber. That way, if there are questions that are out of my purview, she'll be able to step in and handle those. Let me share my screen. Yes. Can you see my screen, Council, by chance?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So the purpose of tonight's agenda bill is to review and approve the Puget Sound Emergency Radio Network Operator Interlocal Agreement, otherwise known as the PCERN Operator ILA. System owners identified the need to upgrade our radio system a number of years ago. And that is through the King County Emergency Radio Communication System, or KSERS. This work became a project, and its funding was approved by King County voters in April of 2015 in the form of an additional regular property tax at 7 cents per $1,000 of AV for a 9-year period.
Hey, Chief, if I could interrupt you, we're seeing slide number 4. I don't know if you want to, I think you're,
Let's see, I am on slide number 2. Let's,
if you go up to the slideshow button and click start from beginning, or
yep.
it might be frozen on our end, I'm not sure.
Can you see that now?
Nope.
Let's see. It's all over my screens.
If you can't get it moving, I can try to pull it up on my end and share.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see.
How about this? Why don't you stop sharing and I'll pull the file up on my side and you can just tell me when to click. This happens once in a while.
Do that. As soon as I can get it closed down.
All right.
There we go.
Okay, give me just a minute here. Oh, can't do it. I don't have it on my side. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Why don't you try it one more time? Let's see if we can get the PowerPoint moving. Sometimes it just has to be, try it again.
Okay.
And if not, you can go without a PowerPoint.
Oh, that'll be fun.
If you can also email it to me and I can save it in the folder so Jesse can open it.
Okay.
This is Deb.
Actually, Chief, why don't, yeah, that's right. I'll wait.
There. There you go, Deb. Try that. Apologies.
All right.
Okay, I've got it. Jesse, it should be in the meeting presentation folder.
Got it. Oh, technology is not our friend tonight. It's moving very slow. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Share my screen. Thank you for your patience, council.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, there we are.
All right, let's go on to the second slide then. Okay, council, so as I said, this program or project came about in 2015. For those of you that have been here a little while, you may remember we signed the PSERN implementation ILA, which basically was the design and build of the system. And so we've been working under that agreement. Expectations for the PSERN project and the new PSERN operating agency were memorialized via that implementation ILA and then a memorandum of agreements. That memorandum of agreement called for a third agreement, which is for PSERN operator interlocal agreement, which is going to establish the governing body for this new radio system. As you may remember, we're moving from an analog system that we have had since 1993, and we're moving to a digital system, which should give us greater coverage throughout the entire county. There are 12 entities that own this system. We are part of one of those entities called EPSCA, which includes the cities of Bellevue, Issaquah, Kirkland, Mercer Island, and Redmond. EPSCA will officially no longer be an entity other than those Representatives from those same cities will come together and elect one representative to sit as part of the operator oversight board. And then PSERN will serve first responders and other government workers on a daily basis. Go ahead and next slide. It's taken quite a while to get this system up and running. This shows you a few photos where some of these towers are. So they are up in the mountains where we're dependent on seasonal and weather in order to do any of that construction. And some of those pieces had to be helicoptered in. Next slide. So what's this going to provide us? It's going to provide us advanced digital technology and improved capacity, capability, and connectivity. This system is designed for a 20-plus year contract with Motorola. Single billing agency with uniform rates, operational standards, and system performance requirements for all public safety and other utilities that are all using this system. Improve coverage throughout the county to accommodate the population growth, and that includes highways 2, 410, and I-90. Updates, upgrades, and repairs of both system and dispatch consoles. And there will also be new end-user radios. So we are getting 17,000 mobile and portable radios replaced as part of this project. So it is a huge project. And then we'll have infrastructure support every day, 24 hours a day. Next slide. Key elements of the governance for the ILA. It's a new nonprofit governmental agency. The board of directors will be the governance and policy making group and is comprised of the 4 voting members that represent the 12 parties. That's the city of Seattle. There is 1 vote representing, as I said earlier, EPSCA, the Eastside Public Safety Communications Agency, King County, and then 1 vote will represent the 5 Valley Communications or Valleycom cities that are also members. And then there will be 2 non-voting members, which are representatives, one from the police associations and then another one that is elected jointly by the King County Fire Commissioners and the King County Fire Chiefs. And then an executive director will run the day-to-day operations and hire the staff that will make up the operators. It also commits to the formation of this operations board. Some contains some specifications related to employment terms, flexibility in how the operator is managed, including contracting for some of the services that will be required. Outlines operators' responsibilities for a system throughout its useful life, maintenance, support, performance, and protections for the parties of the operator ILA, including financial protection. Next slide. Year 1 estimated monthly fees, as you can see on the screen, are set already. Some of the new fees are for the dispatch consoles, and so that is something that we haven't had to be a part of before, but our rates are going to be close to what we're currently paying now. One of the advantages of being an EPSCA member is there are funds still within the EPSCA fund, and so that some of that money is going to be used for smoothing those rates, so it's not such a large transition as we move forward.
Chief, can you tell us what a dispatch console is?
That is in the 911 center. That's what you would see where the call comes in. They've got multiple screens in front of them. They're running multiple calls, and they can be running both police and fire at the same time. Typically, they try not to, but occasionally they have to.
Thank you.
You bet. So currently, monthly radio rates for EPSCA agencies is $25.25 a month per radio. And this rate is purposely or artificially reduced because EPSCA is no longer funding capital projects since we're now a part of the PSERN project. And the annual amount paid to EPSCA by the city of Mercer Island is $35,754 for the 118 radios that we use. Next slide, please. So next steps in forming this is approval of this PSERN operator ILA by all the parties by this fall. That's why I'm before you tonight. They're going to file articles of incorporation, appoint a board of directors. The board of directors organizes and begins a search for an executive director. And then that executive director will set up the workspaces and hire the additional staff. And the operator will be ready to take over the system by project completion, which currently is scheduled for December of 2022. Any questions?
Mayor, you're on mute.
Councilmember Reynolds, you have your hand up. I'm not sure if it's from the prior discussion.
That's old, sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Anderall?
Yeah, hi. I was curious about this. Thanks, Chief, for this presentation. I was curious about the dispatch console at the PSAP. Can you explain to me how these fees and everything interrelate with what we pay to Norcom for their performance of the dispatches? It doesn't compute for me why that wouldn't be included in the Norcom stuff.
Kimberly, do you have a better, a more in-depth explanation for that?
I don't know that I have a more in-depth explanation, but the current system is coordinated county-wide, but there are 4 different system managers and they're run slightly differently. I know in some cases, I'm more familiar with the south end, but the King County is just sort of taking care of some of the things. And so when we put all the costs together for the system, we thought we're making the dispatch consoles for the PCERN actually part of the whole system, whereas right now they're just kind of run by the 4 system managers. So when accounting for all those costs, we wanted to make sure that there were plenty, the monthly rates for the radios included all of those costs. But
so these are the new dispatch consoles tied to this radio network, and they're being integrated into Norcom. They don't currently exist.
Yes.
And the fees that we're paying cover maintenance, replacement. That's how those fees are established.
Yeah.
And so is there a reason why Norcom isn't covering this as a part of their responsibility based on the rather large fees we pay them every year?
Well, they will as part of this, but we are the ones who provide their revenue in order to cover this. So it's kind of, yes, we'll be paying into Norcom for this, and then they'll be utilizing the money that we pay in as fees to pay for these consoles.
The fees coming back to us one way or the other for the, yeah.
All right.
So it's on the PCERN, it's on the radio side of the house, not part of the Norcom fees that we already pay.
Okay, any other questions? If there's no other questions, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve resolution number 1583, authorizing the city manager to sign the PCERN operator interlocal agreement, creating a PCERN operator, which will undertake the ownership, operations, maintenance, management, and ongoing upgrades, replacement of the PCERN system. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Then moved by Councilmember Neese. I did not, second, was that you, Councilmember Jacobson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to approve resolution number 1583. City Clerk, please conduct your roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
And Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief, and appreciate the presentation. We have one more item on regular business, but I'm wondering whether or not we want to take a break until 8:15, since this is a big item, or do we just plow through?
We're needing a staff break, so we would appreciate at least 10 minutes if you don't mind.
That's fine. I hear you. And so we will come back at 8:15.
Mr. Mayor, we are live again, although it looks like we're still missing some of our council members.
Oh, here they come.
Oh, there they are. The screens were off.
We were here, we were just shy.
Well, welcome back. We are back from recess. The final item of regular business is Agenda Bill AB 5758, Fire Services Study, Part 2. And to lead this discussion, we welcome Ms. Emily Moon, the city hired to review the study prepared by Matrix Consulting to offer her insights and her perspective. So we'll, I guess, turn it over to the city manager and or to Ms. Moon.
Well, you did the introduction for me, Mayor Wong, so Emily, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to try to share my screen at this time. And really good. Well, first, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to participate in this project and for all the helpful collaboration that I've received from Matrix Consulting Group and from city staff along the way. We spent many hours poring over data, and we have lots of info to cover tonight. There's a lot of information in your packet. I am not going to repeat everything that you have received from me or from Matrix, but my hope is that all the information will be very helpful to you in your deliberations on this important topic. So just by way of background, I thought I would share that I have a master's degree in public administration from University of Michigan. I'm an ICMA credentialed city manager, and I've worked in local governments of various sizes for nearly 25 years in several states across the country. Most recently, I served in Issaquah as the city administrator before my family took a family sabbatical to travel the world until COVID cut that a little bit short. And I worked in multiple cities where I've had a varying relationship with the fire departments there. I've served in communities that had standalone fire departments, much like Mercer Island, professional fire and EMS departments, cities that had volunteer or career volunteer combination departments, and cities that were provided fire and EMS services by a separate fire and EMS agency. Through those experiences and while working as an analyst for the Michigan Municipal League, largely focused on fire departments, I've had opportunities to develop fire department budgets, implement performance measurement programs, manage personnel, improve department outcomes, and lead new initiatives. I'll talk a little bit later about the role that City Manager Bond asked me to play on your behalf on this project. I believe we also have Robert Finn available tonight, who is Senior Project Manager for Matrix Consulting and was responsible for the draft report and much of the final report as well. Also, Chief Heitman is still available to answer any questions that I'm not able to. So I want to start with where you left off on this topic, and that was on July 14th with the presentation of the draft report. Matrix had been selected last fall to assess the department's current staffing level and operations in comparison to industry standards and best practices. And as you heard in July, the pandemic changed some of their methodology, but nonetheless, they presented their draft report in July, and the council had an opportunity to pose questions and engage in some discussion at that time. Since then, City Manager Bond asked me to conduct some additional analysis and to guide the development of a final report. I've served as researcher, analyst, and project manager during the last couple of months as we have endeavored in that way. And I started by focusing on answering questions council members posed during the July presentation and by identifying supplemental information that could be used to round out the report. One of my main objectives was to provide a framework for analyzing and discussing the study's central question: can the Mercer Island Fire Department improve its efficiency and its delivery of services? So I'm going to talk about our plan for this evening. In tonight's presentation, I'm going to briefly outline what has been updated in the final report and via my memo. I'm, again, not going to repeat everything that you heard on July 14th, so I will refer you back to that. Much of what was in the report and what Matrix recommended has not changed, including response time statistics, staffing configuration analysis, industry wisdom and norms. And so I will just try to focus on what might be new and different and how the council might be able to answer that central question of the study. So overtime was definitely a focus of this study, and the final version of the report provides more analysis for you to consider. In addition, we fixed some recommendations. One of the recommendations that we removed was to replace a current apparatus with a Quint-style truck. And that was removed after Matrix got a better understanding of the department's current practices and that recommendation's potential consequences. But there was a piece of that recommendation that I think is still really important to hang on to, and that was that the city consider developing a fire impact fee that would help pay for growth-related needs over time, such as updating or upgrading apparatus or other capital outlay or facilities. We also modified a recommendation concerning training. The Mercer Island Fire Department already has the ability to do online video conferencing and training and takes advantage of that. However, a piece of that recommendation from Matrix was that the department could investigate investing in some software that would help it to track those training requirements and how many hours have been completed online. In the final report, as I said, overtime was a focal point for the study, and in order to analyze overtime, we needed to spend a little bit more time looking closely at the factors that drive overtime use. And as was stated in July, the primary cause of overtime is the department's minimum staffing level and its daily staffing level, and the fact that those are one and the same number. And that does not provide adequate coverage for the leave time that is available to staff and that is earned by staff. So as council will recall, Matrix also provided an alternative to using that amount of overtime to cover absences. And in this final report, we carried the costs of adding additional staff out beyond the first year so that City Council could see the long-term ongoing cost of that option. We also applied similar logic to the responses that the city received from Seattle, Bellevue, and Eastside Fire and Rescue, which only estimated the cost of contracting for 1 year. So we created a simple model that carried those costs out for 5 years so that you could see some multiple year figures. And then we also provided some additional information about adding a dedicated aid car. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later on in this presentation. And we provided a short list of potential partial contracting options. And that was just to acknowledge the fact that indeed there are opportunities to take partial steps toward contracting if that's something that the council is interested in doing. I wanted to spend just a little bit of time talking about the Fire Marshal's office. I think the City Council asked for a little bit more information during the draft presentation in July. I wanted to highlight some of the good work that's happening there. So Fire Marshal Hicks is also working really hard to make improvements that will reap benefits for the city. And some of those benefits may play out in terms of a future rating for the ratings board. So Fire Marshal Hicks is reviewing the community's risk reduction programs and its false alarm ordinance to determine if adjustments should be made, recommended on national best practices and norms in the region. Some jurisdictions, for example, have more significant escalation of fines for unresolved or subsequent avoidable false alarm calls. And another area that Fire Marshal Hicks is evaluating is the department's operational permits. For example, those pertaining to mobile food trucks, significant battery systems, access gates, and temporary structures. And the city's regulations and fee structure may need to be updated to accommodate that. Council also had questions about the ratings board, and WSRB uses a multi-layered rating system where variables have different scoring weights. That formula is being redeveloped now after applying improvements that the Fire Marshal's office primarily is making and has made since the last review. It appears that Mercer Island's Fire Department is well positioned to receive a rating upgrade both under the existing or old system and the one that is anticipated. So I think that's very good news. We also wanted to clarify in the final report about the community standards. We moved the comparisons to national standards to the appendix, as Mercer Island's Fire Department and many other fire departments primarily compare their performance against community standards. Those national standards are still important to keep in mind. They are uniform ways to report and compare across departments. They also provide guidance for the development of those community standards and are great, often far goalposts to aim for. However, the state of Washington and the national body that accredits fire departments do not require the use nor the attainment of those national standards. And I think that's important. Both the state and the Center for Public Safety Excellence call for communities to establish their own metrics and goals that are appropriate for the local service area. So this was the central question of the study. Can the Mercer Island Fire Department improve its efficiency in its delivery of services? But before we can answer that, I think we need to define efficiency a little bit and talk about effectiveness. So in a fire department, maximizing output means putting out fires and saving property and lives. Doing it efficiently means using only the resources necessary and within the present constraints. And those constraints can mean regulations, available funding, challenging topography, or agreements that have been reached through collective bargaining. Efficiency measures often fall into two categories, cost and productivity. But examining only efficiency can lead to blind spots and some ambiguity about effectiveness. For example, how's the quality of the service and is the service meeting the demand? So in the delivery of public services, evaluating outcomes and effectiveness is just as critically important as evaluating efficiency. So therefore, this study looked at both. The department's productivity efficiency measures and its effectiveness outcome measures demonstrate that the Mercer Island Fire Department is performing well. Understanding how the department's performance is currently assessed and what measures, outputs, and outcomes are most important to the City Council and to community members will help the department provide the services that are consistent with expectations. If those expectations are unknown, the city should spend some time gaining clarity on that front first. So the July presentation spent a lot of time talking about department performance. I'm not going to review all of that data, but I do want to just highlight a few things. So when we talk about effectiveness and efficiency, here's some of the things that we see. We look at level of service. We assume today that the Mercer Island Fire Department is meeting the community's desired level of service. I don't have any other data to represent that it is not, but that's why asking those questions is really important. So level of service typically means the types and amounts of services that are delivered. The community established 2 full-service fire stations, offers a wide range of community risk and fire marshal office services, supports its apparatus replacement and its station upgrades, etc. So it appears to me that there is support for the fire department and its current level of service just by the amount of community support and the range of offerings that are available. So perhaps the only indication, though, that I think might be present that there's a desire for a higher level of service is with regard to advanced life support, or ALS, which we will talk about again soon. On the quality side, resident performance ratings and the WSRB analysis of the fire department and its programs and services show very few areas that could be improved and a very high level of resident satisfaction and a very good level of technical performance. Productivity in particular was discussed at length in July. For the most part, the department is meeting all of its established community standards for response times and for deploying the required personnel. And as they say in the fire service, how well they put the wet stuff on the red stuff. There's efficient use of staff, no extra staff positions, and the staff is continuing to improve its use of downtime, including performing some station and equipment maintenance, fire code inspections, keeping current with training, and delivering public education programs. The calls for service in terms of productivity has remained fairly constant for many years. And the E911 dispatch is meeting or exceeding all of the standards for call processing time. Turnout time goals are being met for all but nighttime medical calls. That was 9 seconds over in 2019. And the travel time goals are being met by both stations, although Station 92 may approach the 8-minute goal at some point in the future, as most of the calls that it responds to are as the second due unit on the northern part of the island, or while serving as backup for the calls that Station 91 has been committed to as first due unit. Mercer Island's fire department's greatest challenge is getting the necessary number of firefighting personnel and equipment, which is often called the effective response force, to a full alarm call for a structure fire. While the 2 companies from Mercer Island are able to get to the scene fairly close to the target time, off-island companies are required to assist and will arrive far beyond the target time. Fortunately, these types of calls are limited each year, but when they do occur, having 2 Mercer Island Fire Department companies on scene is the only chance for success. And I'm going to talk about cost, which was a big focus of this study as well. But before I do that, I want to ground us in a few realities about the fire department. I think it's just fair to say right off the bat, fire departments are expensive operations and very proud operations. We want highly trained and well-retained staff in our fire departments, and that costs money. Their equipment and tools of the trade are often the most expensive per municipal employee. Apparatus have gone up nearly 6-fold in 35 years. Apparatus costs, sorry. Expectations for improved emergency planning and building code plan reviews have also heightened costs. Greater implementation and use of technology are also cost drivers. Risk management, insurance, and liability coverage are also growing portions of any public safety budget. It's a high risk, high liability operation, and it can have considerable impact on quality of life and household and business costs. Couple all of that with the fact that some fire departments have had a hard time adjusting to how calls for service have changed over the years. But there are many reasons for that. Some relate to the pride the service takes in maintaining traditions and being the company's at-the-ready protector. Other reasons are based on concrete facts that reinforce the fire service's need to be focused on fires, like the fact that even though the number of fires has declined, they've increased in toxicity, intensity, and complexity. In Mercer Island, 87% of the department's 2019 budget was related to personnel, salary, wages, and benefits, while the remaining 13% was related to technology, training, supplies, contractual services, equipment needs, everything else. This is a common ratio of staffing versus non-staffing costs for fire departments. Departments are typically in that 75 to 90% range for personnel costs. The NFPA, or the National Fire Protection Association, reports that medical and rescue calls account for 64% of fire department emergency work, and fire calls account for only 4%. In urban environments, the EMS fire split is typically 80-20. In Mercer Island, 20% of calls are fire or non-medical, and 4% of all calls involve some kind of fire or smoke. So Mercer Island, just like many cities, staffs for the 4% event, because the possible harm of that 4% event is so terrifying and the potential loss is so unacceptable. While the frequency of fire calls is relatively low and getting lower, fires will still occur that threaten to grow into unstoppable disasters. When fires do occur, even when sprinklers and fire codes have done their part, the only fully effective way to stop them is with a rapid response of multiple apparatus and firefighters. That shift in demand for fire services, the reduction in fire incidents, presents a great dilemma for all of us as we decide how to budget and how to manage. Trimming staff is what is needed for more frequent EMS responses. You could do that, and you would cut your fire department costs. But with too few firefighters on duty, the structure of fires that would occur are more likely to claim lives and to spread to other buildings. So the choice comes down to, do you want to provide staffing, training, equipment to meet the performance objectives for the 4% event, which is a fire suppression call, or do you accept a lower level of service and possibly reduced outcomes? And there's some great work that's happening across the country to look at some alternative models. There are not a lot of examples in our area, but some futurists say that fire departments will eventually become pay-for-service enterprises like other businesses the city runs, or that fire department employees will increasingly perform 2 jobs for the jurisdiction. And that is happening across the country. Neighborhood beautification, kind of working as parks employees, social interventionists with your human services groups are requiring them to also be paramedics so that they can work either function. Or, as I have written job descriptions in Michigan, meter readers and harbor masters, as well as firefighters. There's also more than 350 departments who now use a military staffing model and augment smaller professional crews with part or full-time firefighters who sign up for a specific time period and make a typical commitment of, say, 4 years at a lower wage, and they get some benefit in return. And the most popular incentive is college education or free housing. So some innovative things that are happening, but again, not many in our area. And the way that our fire departments typically operate is to perform services in a like fashion to those of their neighbors. Okay. So I'm going to talk about cost of service next. The fire department provides a unique budgeting environment in that it it needs to be operational 24/7 and has a bunch of unfunded mandates and liabilities to contend with. So most existing business models have both hard and soft costs and a good degree of control over each. But the nature of emergency preparedness and response takes a degree of control away from staff and gives it to the incident or to the established response standards. Furthermore, in fire departments, contractual obligations governing minimum staffing, overtime, salaries, leave time, benefits, etc., constrain the budgeting flexibility. Cost containment in public safety departments is very challenging, as contractual personnel expenses and the rate of inflation and benefits and equipment costs have sometimes been very difficult to meet, particularly during downturns in the economy. The Mercer Island Fire Department's budget has not been growing faster than the rate of the general fund as a whole. However, the department's actual expenditures have frequently exceeded the budget. This could be a result of inaccurate forecasting to begin with, or because additional budget monitoring is needed, or because the budget is built at a lower than actual spending level to purposely provide downward cost control pressure. Public safety departments also get treated differently when it comes to tightening the budget belt. That's just a fact. However, it's clear that the Mercer Island Fire Department has taken some steps to lessen its burden on the general fund and to contribute to the city's effort to find financial sustainability. I included some of those examples in my memo on the cost reduction measures that the department has taken, but they include negotiating an early retirement incentive, eliminating overtime for special events where the fire department was not being reimbursed, and taking over groundskeeping at the fire stations. Nevertheless, a pattern like this of actual expenditures exceeding the adopted budget requires some attention in any department where it may occur, and substantial overage should be minimized. But unusual circumstances occur, especially in a department that handles emergencies. And in those moments, those department directors should be keeping the city manager and the finance director apprised, and then staff should weigh whether or not a budget amendment is necessary and warranted and brief council on that. I'm going to talk about fire department overtime since that was a focus. There's 3 subtopics that I'll hit on: budget, policy, and distribution of overtime. As you heard in July, the Mercer Island Fire Department relies on overtime to provide its contractually obligated minimum staffing in lieu of adding more staff. Overtime in this department, not unlike most, is not just for emergencies, but it is used as a critical component of the staffing model. In July, Robert from Matrix covered that there are 9 individuals assigned to each platoon. Each day, however, the platoon will typically have 2 people off, one on vacation and one who's scheduled off as Kelly Day in order to not exceed the Fair Labor Standards Act work week rules. This results in having the minimum staff of 7 at best every day of the year. Robert also reviewed why a minimum daily staff of 7 are needed in order to have an effective response force and if a fire event were to occur. If a staff member happens to call out sick, has jury duty, gets called up for military service, gets injured, or needs to be out on Family Medical Leave Act, say for the birth of a baby, the platoon drops below the minimum, and overtime is the only available way to staff the shift currently. We looked at several years of leave data and the city's leave policies. There's no inappropriate or rampant use of leave. All leave earned and utilized appears to be consistent with policies that have been adopted via the collective bargaining process and council approval. However, the city should continue to examine its leave practices during the collective bargaining process, as there may be a few opportunities to get accrual rates or carry over leave utilization options more consistent with the city's comps or its ability to pay. For 2019, we noted that the department staff took nearly 5,000 total hours of leave types, that are difficult to plan for or to project, such as Family Medical Leave Act or duty-related disability. In essence, that meant that the department was down 2 people during the course of the year. Switching over to policy for a second, Mercer Island's fire department policy is the product of best management practices. It demonstrates that. It's also a product of labor market comparisons and the collaboration with the union. The policy is administered consistently and in an equitable fashion. However, resulting overtime hours and wages earned vary considerably between individuals, and there is not equal distribution of overtime. Turning back to the overtime budget, and you see this represented in the table on screen, overtime has been over budget 3 years out of the last 5 years. However, the variances during this period range significantly and constituted 0 to 3% of the total department budget. In some years, the department was able to absorb that overage through decreasing spending in other line items. And in other years, the unexpected absences were too great, or the inaccuracies in the beginning salary and benefits projections contributed more significantly to the department overage, or approval of a contract that had been negotiated required retroactive pay in a subsequent year. Page 13 of my memo includes a table that I wanted to highlight for you. It shows how Mercer Island's staffing levels correlate to its use of overtime. And you'll see that there's an inverse relationship between the daily staffing level and the operational overtime expenditure levels. I think that's important to also keep in mind. When you do have that flat staffing of the daily staffing and the minimum staffing being equal, you will see greater use of overtime dollars. Lastly, another quick note on policy. Policy requires that the union members are offered overtime shifts according to the level of overtime they've earned since September 1st of each year, where those who had the fewest hours remain at the top of the call list and have the first right to either take or refuse available shifts. The policy allows for each union member to accept or reject offers and to put him or herself either on the automatic accept or the do not call list. A review of a sampling of the 2019 data from the call system that makes those overtime hours available shows that it's common for personnel to list themselves on the do not call list 60 to 80% of the shifts that were available to them. Some shifts and assignments are only available to members who are eligible to perform the required task. And I go into depth on that, both in the report and in the memo. While the total department budget for salaries and wages, most of which was dictated by contractual obligations, has grown 3.38% in the last 3 years, budgeted overtime has not kept pace and only grew 2.69. Usually you tie those two figures together. I'm happy to report that for 2020, the overtime in the fire department is on budget. And it looks like the department as a whole is also on budget at this time. So my recommendation is that the fire department should employ some level of risk management just to make sure that the use of overtime is appropriate for staff members and that each staff member has adequate periods of rest. And I believe the current policy has that in place, but I know Fire Chief is also working hard to ensure that that's the case. I think a couple of the primary users of overtime, it's also important to make sure that this was clear in the report. The bulk of their hours, over 65% for the top 2 overtime earners, for example, were administrative hours, not operational hours. So those are usually lower risk tasks that are being performed. And so due to the fact that only certain assignments, for example, the acting battalion chief, are available to be filled at certain times, and that these positions are paid higher wages and fewer individuals make up those ranks, it's also not surprising that higher paid individuals in the department have greater probabilities of earning more overtime hours and overtime wages. During 2019, although rank was not a prerequisite, 2 part-time and/or temporary assignments were performed by a lieutenant and a battalion chief. They performed the training officer and assistant fire marshal roles. Due to the voluntary nature of accepting and rejecting overtime shift offers and to the department's demographics, it is also not surprising that there is considerable variability within the personnel for the number of overtime hours worked and the amount of overtime pay that is earned. With fewer individuals able to serve in the battalion chief and lieutenant capacity, and departmental operation policies requiring a certain level of coverage in these positions at all times, these 2 ranks account for 46% of the overtime hours worked in 2019. Although battalion chiefs on average worked the greatest number of overtime hours in 2019, this group had the greatest variance of hours worked. Conversely, firefighters, which make up the largest pool of workers and available shifts, had the least variance of hours over the course of the year, suggesting that there is equal access to a baseline amount of overtime. It is also important to note that operational or shift overtime, which is the greatest category of overtime, can be and is equitably distributed in the fire department. Most of the position or assignment related overtime opportunities, such as training officer, are also available to qualified individuals of any rank.
Emily, I wanted to interrupt here. I know the city council would like to discuss overtime, so at the most appropriate break, I think we should take a break and do questions and discussion. So I'm not sure where you're at. You let us know.
Sure. I think we've got maybe one more or so that touches on OT, and then we can open it up. So this is a question that I have heard from council members. Can overtime be reduced? And the answer to that is yes, though budgeting a set aside either through a variety of actions. So one action would be to budget a set aside for these inevitable absences. However, it wouldn't be used fully in all years. Yes, overtime can be reduced a little more through continuing to deliver training in an efficient way. Yes, it could be reduced through bargaining a reduction in leave benefits or salaries, which would likely have other impacts or trade-offs. And yes, it could be reduced through adding staff, which is a proposal that Matrix put forward, but that will inevitably increase costs too. One of the things Matrix talked about in their report is the replacement factor or the break-even point. And while using overtime can be fiscally advantageous by allowing the organization to avoid some fixed costs that are associated with hiring and retaining more staff, there is a break-even point where those variable costs of overtime do not compensate for the fixed cost savings. And Matrix determined that the break-even point on a 48-hour schedule would be 17 hours of overtime weekly and a total work week of 65 hours. And it's important to note that almost all fire department personnel were well below that mark in 2019, even though 2019 was a high overtime year. Only 2 individuals barely exceeded an average work week of greater than 65 hours. And as I said earlier, those 2 individuals were largely performing administrative functions. Matrix also ran a couple staffing scenarios to evaluate the number of additional personnel that would be needed if a reduction in overtime is desired. And I'll refer you back to the report for those recommendations. So best practices for overtime include efficient deployment of personnel and carefully balancing budgeted staffing levels at the replacement factor, that break-even point where using overtime to meet the department's operational needs is a better choice than hiring additional personnel. That type of staffing system, though, needs to be monitored for when the optimal use of overtime has been exceeded and additional personnel are required. Matrix report describes how performance indicators or other catalysts, such as increased injury rate, may be triggers for modifying the staffing plan that's currently in place. And so Jesse, or City Manager Bond, I think this might be the right point in time to entertain questions with regard to overtime.
Awesome. So Emily, if I could ask you just to stop sharing your screen, we can pop back into your PowerPoint for discussion and questions.
Great.
Mr.
We
Mayor?
have a question from Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent presentation. I very much appreciate it. Just talking about the overtime issue a little bit. We had some correspondence earlier today, and the earlier report showed that by adding staff, we could cut costs fairly substantially. Now you're saying it's a slight increase in cost. I'm a little surprised that it's not a bigger increase in cost, given that you're telling us that there are only 2 people that are above that break-even point. Does it mean the break-even point is maybe not quite right in our estimation, or does it mean something else? Or is everybody else really close to that break-even point? And just generally, what do you see, are there reasons to do it, to add the extra staff that you're talking about, besides potential cost savings, given that there appear to be no cost savings? There must be a reason you're recommending this.
Sure, that's an excellent series of questions.
Yeah, all related, I apologize.
Yes, all related, all related. So what I would say is Matrix's recommendation to convert the D shift position and to add 2 additional firefighters was largely driven by a desire to reduce overtime. So that was, say, a fix to reduce overtime. How it works in a practical way is that it's not going to provide necessarily the boost in staffing that you need to fully eliminate, of course, use of overtime, or to provide substantial enough coverage that you're going to be able to avoid calling in people on overtime for these hard to predict events. So in my estimation, it will be a minor improvement to the reduction in the number of shifts that may need to be filled through overtime, because currently right now, Mercer Island's fire department is filling almost every shift via overtime. But it is one way to get that cost down. And I think one of the critical factors that changed between the draft report and the final report is that we made some adjustments to the amount that the base overtime would probably be affected by that change. So we made an assumption earlier that, or Matrix did, that that base overtime would run about 7.5% of the budget. And looking just at the historical data, I think that it's wise to predict that that would be closer to 8.5. So there were a few reasons why the actual cost improvement changed. I think, and Chief and Robert could chime in on this, if you want to make a dramatic effect in your ability to reduce overtime, you have to provide staffing levels on a consistent basis for each shift at each station, each platoon. And that would be a significant number of firefighters, and I don't think it just won't be cost effective. If adding the 2 and converting the D shift actually result in higher costs a few years out, you can only imagine what adding 6 or 7 more firefighters would do. So it's my take on the data that overtime is currently the most cost-effective way to handle it, but I think Mercer Island is right on the edge of being able to continue to utilize that staffing model. What's keeping you able to do that right now, in part, is that calls for service have been relatively flat.
So I'm not hearing an answer to perhaps the most important question, which is, if there's not a cost savings coming from adding the staffers, why are we doing it?
So it was only to provide a recommendation for a reduction in overtime. If that is council's desire, is to reduce the amount of overtime that is being expended by the department as a whole or by individuals within the department, then the only way to do that appears to be to augment the daily or minimum staffing.
Because it does reduce overtime, but it does not reduce total cost, right?
Correct. Correct. I think Robert showed that it could maybe for the first year or two, but as you get a little further out, the growth in salaries and benefits will overtake the gain in the cost reduction on overtime.
Okay, now there was some other, if I may ask one quick follow-up, then I'll quiet down. Related to this, there was some discussion in the report that there might be reduced accident rate related to reduced overtime usage. But I take it that there's not hard evidence of that, at least locally or in this field, that that's the case. Can you confirm that or deny my message?
Yeah. When you say accident, do you mean injury rate?
Yeah, on the job injuries.
Okay, great.
If we had everybody work 120 hours a week, I'm sure they'd be tripping all over each other, getting injured all the time. But right. I think what I'm hearing is we're not nearing that point at this point.
Yeah, the number of individuals that have been out for duty-related disability over the course of the last 5 years, which is the data set that we looked at, that injury rate does not appear to be higher than what other departments experience. I think in that vein, the one thing that the department could continue to work on is the ability to get people back to work as quickly as possible, and the department is working on that. But I think the bulk of the hours that put individuals into that top tier of overtime earning were administrative. And I think 4 of the top 5 were lieutenants and battalion chiefs. So I don't see a pattern where firefighters are at greater risk for injury because of the amount of overtime that they are currently working.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
Yeah, thanks. Well, and I think, I don't know about the rest of the council, but for me, eliminating overtime or reducing overtime was not reducing overtime. It was a shorthand for reducing overall costs. So, to pursue something that increases costs in the long run while reducing overtime is really just a false premise. So I'm sorry we even spent any time on that, frankly. What we need to do is get the budget down because it's a huge chunk out of the general fund. And are there other ways to do that?
Well, I think that the fire department has been looking at individual line items. There are kind of mandates in terms of the amount of training that is performed in order to make sure personnel is effective. And they're on the line on that. I think, as I spoke about, the cost of equipment is not something they have a great deal of control over. I believe 87% of the budget is personnel related. And so that gets back to what you pay people. And those are negotiated wages and benefits. And it's something that the city could continue to have conversations with the unions about. But I think council would be wise to also recognize that Mercer Island just isn't on its own in establishing those salary and benefit structures. It's a product of the regional competition, for example. So I think there are potentially some ways to reduce the budgets, but I think from what I've seen, fire department has been attempting to minimize expenses where they can.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I have a question, Emily. I'm looking at your page 4 and the list of items that you've have here in terms of potential cost reductions. I know this is just I'm just curious. Some of these seem to be in place now. Others maybe are just suggestions. Do you get some of these are very minor items, but do you have a sense in terms of overall impact that some of these items might, if you took in the aggregate, what it might look like?
No, Mayor, I haven't, I have not cost accounted any of those actions. You are correct that the majority of them have already occurred. So the city has already reaped the benefit of that either this year or in prior years. And there are a few items that I indicated are things that the department is currently investigating. But I don't have a cost guess for you.
Okay. Any other questions right now? I'll have one more, I have a follow-up, totally different, but I guess a couple of things that you mentioned, Emily, in your presentation. You talked, and I was trying to jot this down, so I may have jotted it down incorrectly, but you talked about the need to do further monitoring of overtime usage, and you talked about risk management. So I'm just curious whether or not we currently do that, and if we are, if we're doing it improperly or there's improvements that can be made.
Yeah, good question. The department is currently doing that. Fire chief is very cognizant of who is earning what, and particularly on the operating side, where you have people doing dangerous jobs and you want them to be fully functioning when they go out on those emergency calls, and you want to make sure that they don't get injured. The policy for overtime works well in that it bumps those that have been earning a great deal of overtime to the bottom of the list and gives other people the first opportunity. But what happens is if you have most of your department putting themselves on the do not call portion of the list, and you have a few go-getters that really want the overtime, they have a high likelihood of being able to be in a position to take those shifts. And I think the chief is interested in taking a look at that policy and making sure that if there are other things that can be put in place to ensure that people are not going over those trigger points where they may get injured, that the policy be amended to prevent that. There are also portions of the policy that don't allow for people to take back-to-back shifts, for example. That also helps to reduce risk. So the policy is pretty good right now, but I think it's still super important that it is examined from time to time, and that we look at how it's really working in actual way, and the ability to refuse the shifts certainly creates a different dynamic in the system.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Hi, yeah, thank you for this presentation, all the information, and I'm thinking about the critical service our department provides and the limited resources and the limited staffing for what they have to cover 24/7. How often do other departments utilize overtime? Like, are we pretty consistent with other fire departments, big and small, rural and urban? Like, we can't be the only fire department using overtime to make sure we have coverage for the services we're delivering.
No, I can easily say every department does. The degree to which they do is really a factor of how many extra bodies do they have built into their minimum staffing level, and then their daily staffing level. How do they fill the current shift? And those numbers vary. And the degree that those two numbers are different varies from organization to organization, but every fire department uses some amount of overtime to cover their needs. It's in a good year in a department that has a few extra bodies for meeting their daily staffing level and their minimum staffing level, they probably use very little overtime, and it's probably largely related to big events, which are very rare. But in other departments, such as Mercer Island, it is used as a staffing tool.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So Emily, this is a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
I read it a few times, and I think you take away something different each time you read it. But what I found more and more is, as I read it, I was kind of pulled away from the data and forced into thinking about how much of this is really sustainable. So when you think about just some of the various data points that are in the report, overtime average over 4 years grew 45%. You have on page 59, average sick leave going from 76 hours to 175, more than doubling. You've got average vacation hours going from 219 to 319, so a 1/3 increase. And so you look at the minimum staffing, the 7, what is happening to the department resources over time? And the question that keeps coming back to me is, how long is this really sustainable? And while, some in the council would say, what's the point of looking at the overtime issue if the solution is just as bad? The reality is these are people, and these are people providing a service, a valuable service to the community, one of safety. But my fear is that we're burning them out. And as you said, there's a data point. I guess you probably looked at it somewhat anecdotally, the call system to review some of the calls. But if 60 to 80% of the calls are not getting accepted because they're on the do not call, and you have average sick leave, more than doubling, you have a vacation leave, increasing by 1/3, it tells me that that's a workforce that's under stress. And you either need to add to it, right, to distribute the load around, or you got to find other ways to make that more palatable to the rank and file. And if there's only 27 trying to do all that, and you're bumping into those limits of, well, yeah, there's a pool of X number of people that are working 80% of the overtime, what's going to happen when those people retire, get injured, get sick? It is a system on the verge of collapse to some extent. And so when you kind of supposed, well, what can you do to reduce overtime? One of the things that you didn't really say is to look at those other partner agencies, Bellevue, Eastside Fire, Seattle, to look at how we could broaden the base, the labor pool base, shrink some of the leadership role at the top of the pyramid, and how that might distribute this load around. Maybe for a few minutes you could speak towards how we could partner with somebody to increase this labor pool, and if that might be a cost-effective solution to the problem, but one that most important to me respects the individuals that are serving, that they're serving an important life safety role in this community, that we want to make sure that they have work-life balance, that it has to be sustainable, and that we want professional career development available to them. So to the extent that you partner with, let's say, a Bellevue that has a ladder truck, if that's something that interests them, that they have some ability to move their career in that direction.
And I apologize, Council. I cut Emily off in the middle of her, well, not the middle. I think you had probably 5 or 6 slides left, which really turned to this discussion around outsourcing. Did you want to continue with that presentation?
I would love to. I'm going to just address just a couple of comments that the council member just made, if I could. One, first, I will say it is absolutely clear that there is greater use of sick leave, for example. That doesn't mean that the policies around sick leave have changed in any way. They're individuals in the fire department didn't suddenly get a new benefit that allows them to earn more sick leave than they used to be able to. It's just they're using it more. And there could be a variety of reasons for that. It could be that people are getting tired and sick and needing more time off, as you alluded to. I don't see other evidence that the workforce is stressed. And so let me point you to just a couple of other data points to help round out that picture in my assertion. For example, there haven't been grievances along the lines of work week hours or time off or mandatory overtime or anything like that, which you do see in workforces that are stressed. Or there hasn't been grievances around filling vacancies in a timely fashion. That's another place where I have typically seen that stress play out. There haven't been unfair labor practices complaints in the fire department around these kinds of benefits or the work hours or the work conditions. So I think that's some good data to also keep in mind. I think also what I've heard from fire department management is they have a good relationship with the union where they have been able to go back to the union and to say, this is the policy that you wanted, you agreed to because you felt that it met the needs of the members in terms of the ability to accept or reject shifts. But there's some times in the past where the management had difficulty filling some shifts and had to turn back to the union reps and get them to make the call outs again. That hasn't happened for some time. So to me, in part that tells me that the workforce has found a balance that is suitable for the members. Now, it still could be a question as to whether or not that's really working well for the department or for the community. But I just wanted to chime in and say there's not a lot of other indications that the workforce is stressed.
Well, what I'll just add to that is that, and you will get to this, I'm sure, in your next part of your presentation, but we as a council and the city, in terms of implementing a strategy that would mitigate a burned out workforce or a workforce at risk or a workforce that suffers some untold event that then put it at risk, is that process takes a long time. So if tonight we said go out and organize an RFP, and then the response for the RFP took 6 or 8 or 9 months to get back, and then the council had to deliberate, get public testimony, make a decision, and then authorize an outsourcing or contracting of services, then there would be negotiations with unions on both sides. These things would take many years. And so you've already said tonight in your testimony that strategies are being looked at how we can get more people to accept overtime, right? That is something that is legitimately being discussed. That is a department that is on the brink of not being sustainable. It only takes a few non-normal events, a couple injuries, maybe a big fire, maybe your 3 big, I'll say 3 as though that's a number, but I'm just making it up. Maybe you have 3 big overtime earners and they all get injured. You do have a department that could be on the brink of not being sustainable. And so it's incumbent on us at this moment to look at this and say, well, what strategies should we be looking at to see if they're a path forward? And that's my point, is not that maybe you could make it another year. It's that if you did make it another year and then you wanted to make a change, like partnering with another agency, you could not do that quickly.
Right.
So we do need to have some strategies and some opportunities in the wings as we look towards next year and the year beyond. Because like we said, you've got 22% of the general fund being consumed by a department that may not have enough manpower in it to meet the needs of the island. And the highest priority for me is that we're not putting firefighters at risk, that we are appropriately staffing it, and that they do have the work-life balance, the sustainability, and the professional development that they deserve.
Sure, understood. In case I misspoke, those difficulties in filling shifts happened a few years ago. So currently, to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been difficulty filling shifts, but you're right. It's important to make sure that that system is still sustainable for the individuals involved, for the community, et cetera. So with that, I'll get into the contracting piece and the last few slides.
Okay.
Great. And, oh. Sorry, it looks like it went back. So I need to get it to the right slide here.
Emily, as you're doing that, Chief, can you address that issue regarding filling the overtime for the shifts?
Yeah, it was a number of years ago, and in clarification with the union, where their main emphasis came from was filling the short overtimes, because when the longer overtimes are available, it is tough to get people to only come in for 3, 6, 8-hour shifts when they know that there's a potential for a 24-hour shift to come in. And so with a little bit of change in culture, the leadership of the union talked to the younger individuals and said, hey, you need to pick up some of these to benefit the entire group, because there's too few of us that are stepping in and picking this up. A number of years ago, we made an agreement with the union that they could design the rules for how overtime is filled. And that way we ensured that it would be equitable, because you can bet that if a member felt he wasn't getting his fair share, there would be a squeaky wheel. In exchange for that, we got the promise from them that they guarantee us a body for that position. So that on some of these where an event comes up, or even for the football games or anything like that, that if there's trouble filling that position, they guarantee us that there will be a body there. And I don't have to stress over that. I'm not the one who's making those phone calls saying I need somebody to come in here or ordering somebody.
Okay, so it hasn't been a problem for the past few years?
It hasn't been, and like I said, last year was our highest use, where we had so many things happening. It was the perfect storm last year, and we did not have trouble filling that.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm sorry, Emily.
Great. So some of the other frequently asked questions that I've heard from council members include, can we convert one station and its staffing to EMS only, which would include the basic life support and the advanced life support. And the other question was, can we reduce firefighters per shift? And before I speak to these questions, I want to share a map that was in your packet, because it's important, I think, that we have a clear image of where the calls are occurring on the island and where your EMS and fire responses are being made. So this map shows the 2019 fire and EMS responses and an underlying heat map, or call load intensity shading, that matches the map that was in Matrix's report. So it's the same data that was in that report. We just overlaid these little dots that correspond with EMS. Those are in blue and red for fire. So you can see fire calls are happening all over EMS calls are happening all over. And just as you heard in the Matrix report, there's a primary concentration of calls on the northern part of the island where you see the orange and red squares. So returning to those questions, can we reduce, let's see, I gotta get my right slide here. Can we convert one station to EMS only? Yes, you could do that. I think it's really important to have clarity on what would happen if you did that. And by converting, I am saying, because I believe this was the intent, that station would only perform EMS services. It wouldn't have fire services. So if you did that, it would result in lower response time to all non-medical calls, would result in more mutual aid calls, which at a certain number of those, your partners in mutual aid will start to get a little irked that they're spending most of their time coming to Mercer Island. It will also reduce your ability to reciprocate. You won't be able to respond to mutual aid calls elsewhere. And it will result in far worse performance on concurrent calls. Because again, you'd only have one station responding to both EMS and fire calls. And likely would result in greater fire loss because that's tied directly to response times. Station 91 right now is running approximately 60% of all calls. 92 is going to approximately 40%. And while most of the calls citywide are emergency medical response, and you heard that in July, the majority of the calls that Station 92 travels to are fire-related calls. And that's because it's providing the necessary second due unit complement for Station 91. Also, King County EMS Regional Care Program and the levy are regarded as one of the best in the nation. I can tell you that, having lived elsewhere, that that's what people say all across this country. And the paramedic program is a product of that system and that levy. The regional approach relies on BLS, basic life support, being administered by fire departments, and the delivery of advanced life support being carefully and appropriately reserved and deployed, and the care administered by paramedics. That's the whole design of the regional system. And the King County EMS paramedics serve under the direction and license of the King County EMS medical director. Combination firefighter paramedics that are employed elsewhere across the country in different systems that don't have this same sort of regional approach. They often do not handle the same number of ALS calls in a year, and therefore cannot be exposed to the same level of training and practice. And the medical director and the King County EMS board have acknowledged that. They know that's a fact, and that's one of the reasons why they believe this model of regional care where BLS is provided as quickly as possible from an immediate local area is the most effective in the world by ensuring that the vast majority of medical calls receive that timely response from EMTs, firefighters, and that the critical care is delivered when needed by trained and well-practiced paramedics. The medical director does not license paramedics to operate where BLS service cannot meet the requirements of that model. In addition, private companies will operate only in locations where the call volume is sufficient to generate a profit. That's their model. And Mercer Island's call load and transports in particular are not likely to reach that threshold. In addition, residents would still be paying into the King County EMS levy system, but may not receive the same benefits that they would currently. So then the second question that I've heard was, can we reduce firefighters per shift? And again, the answer is yes, you could do that, but only through collective bargaining. And only if you want to drop below your effective response force. And only if you want to pay more overtime, if the collective bargaining agreement wasn't also changed to not require those same sort of minimums and representation of ranks on shifts, et cetera. So it's important to note that none of the fire jurisdictions who provided initial cost proposals to the city of Mercer Island would reduce the number of firefighters per shift. Their staffing configurations are also designed to provide similar effective response force sizes and to achieve similar performance standards. So you won't see a cost reduction just from reducing number of personnel, firefighters on a shift. There were some proposals that did suggest there might be abilities to reduce in other ranks. So I want to be clear about that. The minimum staffing level, I should also say, for Mercer Island isn't an arbitrary number. And that's why those other jurisdictions are sticking with that number too. They're in response to written mandates on staffing levels through the collective bargaining agreements, but also to remain competitive in the region for labor. Back to this issue of everybody needs to have good partners in performing the work so that no one person is overtaxed. And also to meet the national certification or insurance standards, which we've spoken about. So this was one of the questions that you had in draft number 1 and through issuing that RFP. Would contracting lead to better efficiency and effectiveness? And this is a really complex question, and it has a really complex answer, of course. I'm going to give you the 2-cent version first, and that's if we look back to efficiency and effectiveness. On the efficiency side, would contracting lead to better efficiency on cost? My answer is maybe, but maybe not. It all depends. And on the productivity side of efficiency, my answer is not likely. Again, because your department is producing well according to those community standards and really the same sort of standards that the other entities have. On the effectiveness side, when we look at level of service, could that be improved? I think that's unknown right now. Largely no. Maybe you could get a little higher level of service in some specialized functions. Some of these departments are large enough that they have dedicated full units for training, for example, or they may perform other human service or healthcare, public education or services in the community. And then on quality of service under effectiveness, my answer is that's pretty unknown too, but probably not, because again, the same resources are largely going to be delivered to Mercer Island or housed on Mercer Island, and the fire suppression service will be delivered in the same manner. So at this point in time, there's limited ability to calculate the costs and benefits of contracting or merging with another fire entity. However, the consulting team has examined those initial inquiry responses from Seattle Fire, Bellevue Fire, and Eastside Fire and Rescue, which you'll hear me call EFR just out of habit. And we formulated a list of decision variables or considerations. We researched the experiences of partner agencies and sought to develop possible timetables, cost estimates, and processes for conducting an RFP or request for proposals. These agencies' actual interest level and the benefits that they would expect to receive through entering into an agreement with the city of Mercer Island are also largely unknown. Again, the question that we asked before the July presentation was,
if those entities were to provide service to Mercer Island, what would it cost? Not would you, and we didn't play out every variable. So I think it's fair to say, though, that maintaining their existing service levels in their current community while reducing their current or future costs would be the aim of any of those potential partners. All four agencies have similar levels and quality of service, with some providing additional resources or programs and functions such as fire marshal's office, public education, or community health services. And I'll remind you that in the memo, and I think in the agenda bill, I pointed out that contracting is just one option the city has to either attempt to reduce costs or to improve performance. And we talked a little bit about that already tonight. So retaining the current department and reducing costs through negotiations with collective bargaining unit, where your current contract is ending in December of 2021. So you'll be going into negotiations on a successor contract next year. Or retaining the fire department and focusing on performance, if that's the issue. And I think that's one of the things that council and community needs to get clarity on. Most of what I've heard is a concern over cost, not over performance, but there are ways that you could go back to your department and enhance the focus on either of those two things. And then the other options are to merge with another department. That's different than contracting. In a merger, you're really giving up all governance control. And then the last option is to form a fire district, which is something that some jurisdictions in Washington State have been examining recently. So we created this list of decision variables and considerations. And I think it's really important to list those now and to identify which ones are most important to all of you and to community members. I've kind of taken a quick stab at characterizing them in the way that's shown on your screen. There's some that are technical in nature, some that are programmatic. There's indirect and direct, hard, soft costs. And there's quantifiable variables and considerations. And then there are others that are just qualitative. So a list of these potential decision variables, that is to say the effectiveness and efficiency factors that you should weigh, and other considerations regarding contracting or merging is in your packet. I'm not going to go through that full list, but should the council wish to further contemplate issuing an RFP, the consulting team highly recommends that council discuss and come to a consensus on which factors are the most critical and what the city hopes to achieve for those factors. All of that discussion will inform how the RFP could be written and what the evaluation tool will look like for when those proposals are submitted to the city. It would be important to ask before you get going, how well are these services performed now as the Mercer Island Fire Department or in a possible future partnership? And to ask what is important to our community and what can we live without? So a few things that I shared in my memo that aren't easily quantified and are either pros or cons that maybe you cannot measure until you have lived in a partnership for some amount of time, or that may change over time while you're in that relationship of a partnership, include thinking about the actual amount of time required to oversee the contract or the partnership. That administrative body of work can be substantial. Finding out also that you may have different objectives or values and how that can make decision-making as a group difficult. There certainly are times when partners have discovered that their communities have different attributes or different needs, they have different visions, and and may share the power of the authority in the same way. And so that means either compromising or taking turns, which can mean a lack of good clarity on vision. And other times in partnerships, you'll learn that it is more difficult, of course, to influence the department's performance, the priorities, and its community connection, because again, you're sharing that power, and you're serving more than one community. So I just wanted to make sure that I had shared a few of those experiences so that you would know those are the things that don't pop off the page of the decision variables and considerations, but definitely are things that you should keep in mind. So we did get the initial kind of back of the napkin responses from Seattle, Bellevue, and Eastside Fire and Rescue. I did not include Seattle on this list because they were more expensive from day one. But I want to talk about this slide a little bit. Everything that is on this slide depends on the assumptions. And so we should take it with a grain of salt. To start with, I want to explain the Mercer Island Fire Department budget estimate for 2021, that's $7.155 million. And tell you that that was based on 2019 actual expenses increased for 2 years by the rate of actual expenditure increase during 2017 to 2019. And that's the same methodology that we applied to both Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue's figures. They also gave us 2019 based data, and we sort of escalated it to get to 2021 based on their expenditure histories. But I want to point out, we already know this table is out of whack because you now are on the cusp of deliberating a fire department budget and a general fund budget. And I understand that the proposed budget for the fire department will be 6.932. And if we age that, essentially, that's it's going to be about $222,000 less than what is shown here. So that 6.932. And so think about that. Think about taking about 225 off the top all across these years. You can see that when you carry out the expenditures to 2025, you get down to 2 proposals that may be less expensive than Mercer Island's budget in the year 2025. And that's the Eastside Fire and Rescue cost proposal for what they called contract number 2. And I'll explain a little bit about that in a second, and the partnership proposal. But I want to point out, and I failed to footnote this, that Eastside Fire and Rescue cost proposal for partnership estimate excludes the $720,000 in the King County EMS BOS allocation and the transport revenue that would move from Mercer Island over to Eastside Fire and Rescue. So again, think about, that's not necessarily on the cost side, it's lost revenue, but there's an implication there. So if you thought about that, instead of the partnership proposal being about $5.8 million in 2021, you might think about it having a net impact closer to $6.5 million. And then you can see how it's right there in line with the rest, right? Or roughly the same as their contract number 2 proposal. And I would say it's possibly even higher than contract 2 proposal because
There's another $350,000 in what's likely to be annual equipment and facility replacement and maintenance costs due. So again, it's all in the assumptions. I'll explain the contract number 2 differs from contract number 1, if you'll recall this from July, largely because of Eastside Fire and Rescue wanting to suggest that there was a way perhaps for Mercer Island to take advantage of current Eastside Fire and Rescue vacancies. So there's some vacancies in those upper level positions, and so there'd be a ability to consolidate if Mercer Island were to join. But one big important point for that is even under contract 2, Eastside Fire and Rescue's proposal would not station a battalion chief on Mercer Island. Instead, it would just expand that battalion chief's jurisdiction to include Mercer Island, but that person would still remain probably in Issaquah. And then I wanted to touch on the potential RFP process, since this is really important to understand as well. I included an outline of the steps that might be included if the council desired to issue a request for proposals for fire services in your packet. The exact sequence of those steps is something that your legal and special counsel have not fully settled on, and would likely be something they would want to discuss with you as part of their development of a negotiation strategy. So I want you to understand that some of those steps, the sequence of those, the amount of time that they would take, is something that legal counsel would probably want to discuss with you. Pardon. The other things that I would point out from those materials is that if community members haven't been consulted on the possibility of exploring contracting for services, they may not understand the catalyst or the rationale for issuing that RFP. And in my experience, that level of understanding is important prior to initiating an RFP and developing some public support even for taking that step. Another thing that is important to keep in mind is that the city will be in negotiations with the fire union next year. That work could be going on at the same time you are conducting an RFP or negotiating with a prospective partner agency. And the effects of that RFP work on the bargaining process are unknown. And then, as I stated in my memo, the bargaining unit should be given an opportunity to suggest alternatives to contracting. That's something that PERC, the Public Employee Relations Commission, really wants to see. And you should keep in mind that both the Mercer Island Union and the Prospective Partners Union will have to negotiate any impacts of the contract for services. And those costs are also largely unknown at this time. Many jurisdictions have taken several years to arrive at a decision once they've issued an RFP, and some have ultimately decided not to contract or merge or build an RFA. So keep that in mind, and that's precisely why I think it's important to start with some education and have a community conversation and get real clarity on what you're trying to achieve. The RFP process will also take a considerable amount of current staff's time to do project management, communications, negotiation, and research. And the city will also need to engage some special and legal counsel to help with all the bargaining, whether that's with the union or the negotiations with prospective partners. And those costs are unknown at this time. And then in addition to possibly consulting the union and community members, the council might also want to think about gathering a group of stakeholders, such as residents, business owners, and fire union folks prior to issuing the RFP to get some input on that RFP. And that group or a similar group could be used as an advisory group to help review the proposals and give a recommendation to the city council. You have a timeline. I try to identify the number of quarters that would be used for those various steps and real rough estimate on some potential costs. And I know that city attorney would likely wish to consult with you too prior to going into RFP, just to discuss how the union should be engaged in particular. So I'm ready to take any additional questions that you have. And I know ultimately City Manager Bond was looking for some response from council on how you would like to proceed and some feedback at this time about how that next step might fit with other priorities of the city. And certainly, if you have a next step in mind, understanding how you would want to pursue that would be important to discuss as well. So, Mayor, ready for any questions?
Sure. Why don't you stop sharing your screen, and then Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is up. I'm not sure if that's from an earlier. Oh, okay, it's down. So do we have any questions at this point for Emily? Councilmember Anderall.
Woohoo, I got off mute. So I guess I'm really struggling with where to start here. I mean, how do we determine what the best decision is, frankly, as to whether to move forward with an RFP, to take no further action, or to consider this further in the budget process? I mean, I'm very sympathetic with what Council Member Neese said about, addressing work-life balance and potential burnout with the with current structure, and I'm very cognizant of how big of a chunk of the budget this is. What are the touchstones that we need to be thinking about?
Sure. Well, and I try to identify some first steps, and in my opinion, those first steps start with having all council members share what you just shared, basically, which is what's important to you, what do you think is important to community members, where should the focus be? So it's back to that decision variables or considerations list, really identifying the pieces that you need more information on, that you want to drill down on, that you feel that there's a need for change. And learning if there's consensus on the council in the same direction on those variables.
Okay.
Well, and I would just say that, I don't know if we need change. I feel like the current model has got, real cracks around the edges about sustainability. And I feel like that potentially looking at issuing an RFP does not mean that we go with the RFP, but it means we have better knowledge about what our options are. Does that make sense? I mean, because you don't know if you want to change the current model to somebody, Eastside Fire and Rescue or Bellevue, unless you hear their proposal.
Sure. Yes, I agree that you won't know those costs, at least for year one, fully until you get a formal proposal. And that you can ask, for example, those respondents to elaborate on their overtime policies and their use of overtime or distribution of overtime, so that you can learn, would it be different, would it be better? But again, you have to drill down and know which questions you're going to ask and where you're going
focus, because if you don't end up asking those questions, you're not going to get the data back from them. But you're right. Right now, we have some information from those entities and not all. And again, when you get an RFP proposal back, you'll in essence have 1 year worth of data. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the same picture for the length of the contract.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yes, Emily, thank you so much for the extensive report and update and presentation tonight. And I guess I just want to turn to Chief Heitman and say thank you for being here, and I'd love to hear what you think and what your thoughts are on everything we've heard.
It's been an interesting ride. I would say that I think the report and all the information shows that we are efficient and we are effective for where we are currently, that we are already at a minimum level of fire protection, and that we do a good job with what we currently have. Any changes to that are going to have a ripple effect and ramifications down the road. You know, especially when they come to the staffing model. I'm not hearing the firefighters complain about the amount of overtime that they're getting. And the thing with overtime is it fluctuates. You saw it in the earlier graph that was shown, or the table that was shown, that from year to year, everything changes. Last year was an anomaly. This year is 180 degrees from that. And so from my perspective, yes, we need to keep evaluating it. Yes, we need to keep looking at these things, but I don't know if we necessarily need to make a change. You know, it's a big issue. There are a lot of things. I understand Councilmember Neese's thing. Yes, it takes a long time, and if the city decides that they want to at least put out an RFP so that we have more information and decide not to go in that direction, no harm, no foul. But there's a cost associated with that. You know, and to be perfectly honest, the amount of time that I've had to put into this project, along with developing a budget for the next 2 years, that's where it's not sustainable. I don't have another year to be able to dedicate that kind of time with an RFP. So I would encourage the city manager to help out. We'll have to figure out a way to help out with that work.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're mute. Jake, you're muted.
Oh, I'm trying to get my. Thank you, Emily, for your report and identifying the many, many things that we don't know and won't know until we peel the layers off of the onion. And so I move, Mr. Mayor, that we direct city manager to prepare a budget proposal to conduct an RFP process and commence further study of the contractual fire services alternative. And in so moving, I want to be very clear that this is a budget. We're asking, my motion asks for a budget proposal so that we can cost what this is going to, or we can understand what this is going to cost if we take further steps. It isn't to say that we issue an RFP. It's just we ask the city manager to get a budget proposal. I so move.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Anderall. This is basically alternative 3, to accept the fire services study final report and to direct the city manager to prepare a budget proposal to conduct an RFP process and commence further study of the contractual fire services alternative. Jake, you're the maker of the motion. Do you want to speak to it?
Yes, I think the concern that I have and others have expressed is that this is on a trajectory that is going to be unsustainable without having to go to our electorate raising more money. And while we may well have to do that, I think it is time that we take a look at these things, since we may satisfy ourselves if there's no alternatives. I would say this, also having experienced the EMS services twice in my lifetime, once very recently, that I think that the work that Chief Heitman and his team does is magnificent. And I have no qualms or no complaints about the quality of service or what we're doing. I think we're doing an excellent job. We have to take a look at what the costs would be in first of all, investigating ways of doing this on a more cost-effective basis. And there may be none. But until we turn those rocks over, I think we're doing a disservice to our constituents.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is another thing that we're not planning to do this year. So I think alternative number 2 is probably our best option. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, so Emily, what does it cost to put in a budget the considerations of putting an RFP out there and doing the public outreach and engagement? Do you have any sense of that?
Well, I think that would be something I would want to talk to city manager about. We would need to put together a scope of work and make some decisions about public engagement, for example, as you say, and need to have some additional conversations with city attorney's office about their ability to assist. So you'd want some legal help in drafting that RFP. So I don't have a great estimate for you. I did include a rough budget in your packet that without knowing the answer to some of those questions, you know, what the scope of work should really be. It was at least through 2021, roughly like in the $80,000 range. But that included some work with the collective bargaining unit as well.
Right.
So okay. we need to identify again those sequence of tasks. You know, what needs to happen before the RFP gets issued, and what is it going to take to get to that point?
Okay, so now I'm going to pivot from you to Jesse, because given everything we have on our plate, given the limited staff capacity, budget at the moment, other pending litigation and other priorities that this council has before it, Jesse, what wouldn't we do if we pursued an RFP sooner rather than later?
I don't know. We haven't had that discussion yet. And I'm honestly, Deputy Mayor Weicker, not trying to punt the answer, but you have in front of you a draft budget that identifies a work plan across multiple departments. And so I would need to work with you in the coming weeks and months to say what's coming off the plate. I think it's important, council, to remind you where we are in the world of the COVID-19 pandemic, because you have 3 departments that are pretty significantly impacted right now by the pandemic: Parks and Recreation, YFS, and the Planning Department. And so what I can't say to you is I recommend setting any of that work aside. I can't recommend that. We've got to get those 3 departments on a path. We've got some issues to resolve in the Planning Department. So we'd have to look at other things. What I would say is to do this work, it would be largely consultant driven. There's no internal bandwidth to take on the analysis, the work that Emily's done, the work that Robert at Matrix has done. So we'd be outsourcing it, but it would still take my time and a lot of it. So let's think about the timing. The prioritization of work largely comes back to all of you. And that's a discussion we're having, soon, very soon.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question. Emily, I'm curious, and this is all perhaps part of the RFP process, and I think Deputy Mayor Weicker and others have mentioned public engagement. What do you see as that? I mean, I guess my recollection, I'm sure I'm totally wrong, but my recollection is what was one of the drivers of this, of course, was the overtime. And it was, back in the day, it was really focused on the cost. And I think a lot of the concerns raised about balanced lifestyle and just making sure that our employees, are safe. I mean, those are all very good. I mean, that's actually paramount. But, I'm just wondering whether or not we have a good grasp of what the community really wants, or do they perceive or see a problem that we're trying to fix, and maybe there is no problem. So when you talk about public engagement, are you talking like a survey, or are you talking about actually having meetings with different stakeholders? I'm just kind of curious what that looks like.
Yeah. I think I would want to have some conversations with your staff to understand what works in your community for public engagement, and then certainly what might be working now when public engagement looks really different than it did. So I'm not sure I can totally answer that question, but what I said earlier, what I think is important is that you take an opportunity to speak to community members before you draft an issue, an RFP. That will help you design the RFP better. It will also help you to be able to turn to community members and to say, we told you we were doing this because we want, more data. We want to understand options. You'll be able to explain your position and your hope for that RFP process. Absent that, your community is going to have its own dialogue without your voice. And you should anticipate that will also include that your fire union will be out in the community saying either, yes, there's a problem with our current staffing model, or no, there's not. And that has the potential to create a dynamic in the community as well. So in order for you to be ready to handle the community dialogue and to perform a successful RFP, I think it is wise to share intentions and hopes with the community before you launch.
Councilmember Jacobson, I'm not sure who was first, you or Councilmember Reynolds, but Councilmember Jacobson.
My hand was inadvertently up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
And this is a very interesting discussion. I'm going to be really glad we took it this far. I think we learned a lot of interesting information, and I think being responsible stewards of the city fiscally is that periodically we need to take a deep dive into various operations like this and see if there's opportunity for creative solutions. But what I'm walking away believing is a couple of things. One, there's not a lot of evidence, in fact, really no evidence that the department is operating inefficiently right now. There's not a lot of evidence that there are material economies of scale in any sort of collaboration with another city or other department. Although I do take to heart Councilmember Neese's comment about sustainability. I think he's got a very important and very valid point there, but I don't think it's going to likely need in the short term to operational economies of scale. I think the only way we would save a material amount of money is if the other cities paid their firefighters materially less, and there's certainly no evidence of that. And I suspect even if that were true, collective bargaining differences would eventually eliminate those differences in the long term. So I think it's likely, at best, we're going to find something that will, save us a couple $100,000 a year, if that, and there'd be no guarantee that that's going to continue or be sustainable. And I'm balancing that against a city that is, trying to manage through a pandemic with all the organizational upheaval that has caused, with all the budget strain that has caused. And I'm hearing the two people that would have to do the most work at seeing this through, our city manager and our chief, basically both saying, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, what I'm hearing is, I'm strapped to the limits right now, and I couldn't work on this unless you take something else off my plate. I think they've got really full plates right now. So I think this is something we should keep on our to-do list. It's something to think about and to monitor, but I'm not in favor of doing anything at this time.
Okay. Okay, we do have a motion. So unless there's anybody else who wants to comment or speak in favor or against the motion, I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
No.
Councilmember Reynolds,
No.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Nay.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Excuse me, aye.
That's 4-3, Mayor, in favor.
Okay, so the motion passes. Okay. I'm sorry, I had to find my place. That brings us to other business. Thank you very much, Emily. An incredible job. I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily.
That brings us to other business and the planning schedule. City Manager Vaughn.
Council, during my city manager's report at the beginning of the meeting, I did largely go through the upcoming schedule. Just a reminder, we do have a special meeting a week from today. That's to kick off our budget work. Another meeting on the 20th, and then a reminder, the November 3rd meeting is now on Monday, November 2nd, due to the election. And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Are there any upcoming council member absences to report? None, okay.
I don't think we're allowed to be absent on
Probably not.
Zoom call.
Okay, so now we get to the reports. I'm sorry, council member reports. So Lisa.
Nothing to report.
Okay, Craig.
Couple of things. One, just in case anybody missed it, I saw at the break that the Seattle Storm won the WNBA championship tonight. So, second thing, I just wanted to note that I participated in a K4C outbreak committee this last week. It was very interesting in a couple of ways. One, they talked about an upcoming climate toolkit that I've talked about before that is definitely something we need to work on and be looking at when and if we have non-emergency time on the agenda. I think Kelly Rodolfi's presentation today shows we've got some community support for that and some willingness to help. So I think we need to be ready and to look at that.
Hey, Craig, we're having some problems with your audio again, and I think there's a Zoom setting we can fix for future meetings, but you might try just leaning forward a touch.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Didn't say anything that important yet, but yeah, that would be great if you guys could give me some technology help with that. The other thing I just wanted to note was that on 10/8, October 8th, which is, I guess, 2 days from now, there's an upcoming public hearing related to the coal strip coal power generating facility in Montana. And I learned a little bit more about this that I hadn't realized, and maybe all of you did. I'm a little behind the curve, but that facility was slated to be shut down or have future power get out of it in I believe 2025 or 2027, something like that. And instead, they're now evaluating an alternative proposal of selling that facility to a Montana utility and then entering into a contract to buy power from them, coal-generated power, for the next 20 years, which strikes me as directly the opposite of the direction we want to go in addressing climate issues. So that might be a hearing that some of you or members of the community might be interested in participating in. That's all for today.
Great, thank you. Dave?
Nothing.
Okay. Celine?
I don't have anything to report.
Okay, Jake?
Nothing to report yet, but with all these homework assignments you keep handing out, Benson, I guess I'll have something to report with Craig and Dave next time around.
Okay, fair enough. Wendy?
I just want to let y'all know that AWC put forward their legislative priorities for 2020. I think that email came out this afternoon. So that means Sound Cities Association won't be far behind. So punchline is the priorities for AWC are shared state revenue, fiscal flexibility, a transportation package, addressing housing instability, and police reform. So those are the 5 biggies that the cities will be advocating for at the state legislature when they are likely to go virtual and not have very many bills to be able to run through.
Great, thank you. I only have one thing to report. On Tuesday, September 29, I participated in the relaunching of the YFS Healthy Youth Initiative. It was a call-in meeting, of course, and it included high school students, YFS staff, Derek Franklin, Tandy Cork, and Rachel Montgomery, and also folks from the school district and also community members. For those who may not be that familiar with the Healthy Youth Initiative, its mission is to successfully launch every Mercer Island youth into adulthood with a foundation of physical and mental health, well prepared to cope with the academic, social, and emotional challenges and adulthood. And so it was a great meeting because the high school students provided us an update as far as what was going on with the SAFE Club and also Minds Matter Club. And so these are 2 clubs that, from their names, of course, promote safe behavior and basically try to remove the stigma from mental health issues. We also had a discussion regarding the YFS staff led the discussion regarding how the 2 new grants that Mercer Island has, the 4-year Sober Truth or on Prevention and Underage Drinking Grant, and also the one that we have with Partnership for Success Grant. So these are grants that you may remember that we were awarded last year. So this will provide 4-year funding, another one's a 5-year funding. So it's a great time for the relaunching of a lot of the programs that Healthy Youth Initiative had last year or 2 years ago, I guess, and sort of just ran out of funding until just recently. So look forward to that, and I'm sure they'll be reaching out to the community with more ways to get involved. So that's all I have. And again, the next regular meeting, the next special video meeting will be Tuesday, October 13th. October 20, we'll have a regular meeting. There being no other business to come before the council, it is now 10:20 and the meeting is adjourned. Just a reminder to the council, please stay seated until the city staff has terminated the broadcast. Good evening and stay safe and healthy.